Hi everybody, welcome to GTCoding. This is the complete video on designing a responsive website, all the way from designing it in Figma to converting it into a real website using React.js and Sanity IO. By the end of this video, you will have a complete responsive website ready. I will leave the link of the Figma file and also the source code of the website in the description of this video. So let's get started. This is a complete guide on creating a beautiful responsive website using Figma. This is how the website looks. This is the desktop version. This is the tablet version. And this is the smartphone version. So let's get started. Now we're going to use Figma to design this website. So you can just Google Figma and you'll find this website, figma.com. So let's go to this website. And the first thing you have to do is create a free account. So click on sign up and create a free account. And then you can download the Figma desktop app. So if you scroll down, here you can see this link downloads. So if I click on that, here we have the option of downloading Figma. So you can download it for Mac or Windows. And once you install Figma, you can just sign into your account. Now this is the Figma app. Now you can just click on this plus icon and click on design file, and you can create a new file. Now in this video, we will start with choosing the colors for our website and also creating the components. So we need to create components for the heading and also these blog posts over here. So let's get started. Right here, I'm in the Figma application and I just created a new file. So you can just click on this plus icon and create a new file, and you can just rename the file over here. Alright, let's start by choosing the colors for our website. So let's create a frame for that. Let's click on this button and let's click somewhere over here, and let's set the width and the height to, let's set it to iMac, and I'll just change the name of the frame to colors. Right now, first of all, let's add a heading. So let's type colors. And now I'll just change the font size and the font. And we're going to use two fonts in our website. So first of all, you need to download those fonts to your system. So for that, you can just go to fonts.google.com and you can just search for the fonts over here. I'll just search for Inter. And here we have the font. So you can just select this font and just click on download family. And then just go ahead and install the font to your system. And in the same way, you also need to download this font right here called Allegria. So just click on this font and click on download family and install the fonts. And once you're done with that, you can go back to the Figma file. So let's go over here to fonts and let's change the font weight to bold. And let's change the font size. Let's set it to 50. Right now for the colors, let's create a rectangle. So let's click on rectangle and let's create a rectangle. Let's set the width and the height to 200 into 150. And let me just duplicate this. And I'll just duplicate it down here. Right now for the first color, let's select this rectangle and let's add the color code over here. So the first color is going to be black color. And then for the second color, let's select this rectangle and let's add this hex value 181E1E. And then let's select the third rectangle, and for this one let's add a hex value of E63946. And then for the fourth color, let's add a hex value of FF5864. And then for the fifth color, let's add a hex value of FFCA28. And then lastly, we have a white color, so we can just add FFF. Now let's also add a box shadow. So here I'll just click on plus over here in the effects, and let's make some changes over here. Alright, that's basically it with the colors. Now the next thing we will do is we'll create the components. So let's create one more frame for that. I'll just duplicate this. So you can just press Option or Alt and drag it over here. and I'll just change the name to components, and I'll also change the heading to components, and let's just delete all these colors. Now most of the background color in our website is dark, so if you go back to our design, here we can see all these sections have a dark background color. So for that, let's go ahead and add a dark background color to our frame. So let's select this frame and let's go over here to fill, and let's choose a dark color, and I'll also change the color of this text. So let's change this to white. Right now, let's go ahead and start creating the components. Let's start with the heading component. So let's click on text and let's click over here, and here I'll just type heading, and let's go to our design tab, and let's set the font family to Inter. Let's set the font weight to black, and let's set the font size to 40 pixels. Right, this is the heading. Now we also need to have an underline for this heading. So let's select this rectangle and let's create an underline. So I'll just set the height to 8 pixels, or let's try 4 pixels, and let's set the width to 80 pixels, and let's bring it over here, and let's also change the color. So let's click on fill, and let's choose a red color. So I'll just select this one right here. Right now, the next thing we will do is we will set a fixed width for this heading. So let's select this heading, and let's scroll down over here, and let's select this option right here called auto height. So now if we add some more text over here, we can see that it goes to the next line. Right now, let's select the text and the rectangle, and let's make it an auto layout. So you can just press Shift A, or you can just right click over here and click on add auto layout. Now let's go inside this frame, and let's select the rectangle, and let's see whether we have a fixed width. So here we can see we have a fixed width and height. Right now, let's make this frame a component. So let's click on this, and let's click on this button right here called create component, and let's name this heading. So let's tap heading over here. Right now, let's try adding this component over here, and let's see how it works. So let's go to assets, and here we can see inside components we have this heading. So let's drag it down here, and here we have the heading. Now if we just change this heading, so just tab, this is the heading, and here we can see we have a fixed width. Now let's increase the width. So let's select this component and let's increase the width, and we can see that we have increased the width, but the text does not have the correct width. So for that, let's go back to our component, and let's select this text, and here instead of fixed, I'll just set it to fill container. And now let's increase the width a little bit. Right now, here we can see we have this heading, and let's increase the width a little bit. So let's increase the width, and here we can see that the heading text also has the correct width. So now this heading is working all right. All right, now let's create a variant for the mobile version. So let's select this component, and here we can see that we have this button called add variant, or you can also go over here to this properties and just click on this plus icon and click on variant. So let's click on add variant, and here we can see we have a new variant of this component. Now this will be for the mobile version. So let's select this text, and let's set the font size to 24 pixels, and we'll also change the width of this rectangle. So let's select the rectangle, and let's set the width to, let's try 60 pixels, or let's try 50 pixels, and I think that looks all right. And now we need to name the properties of these variants. So let's select this one right here, and here inside current variant, let's change the property name to platform, and let's change the default to desktop. And now let's select this variant for the mobile version, and let's change the platform to smartphone. Now let's add two more variants with different background colors for this rectangle. So let's select this one right here, and let's click on plus, and let's change the background color. So let's change this to, let's select this color right here, and in the same way let's go ahead and select this one right here and click on plus. And here also we will change the background color. So let's select this and let's click on fill and let's choose this color right here. Right now we need to give different values to these properties. So let's select the third one, and here in the platform let's type desktop light. So this variant will be used for a slightly light background. And let's select this one right here, and here we'll just type smartphone light. Right now let's test it out. So let's go over here to assets and let's drag this heading component over here and let's see whether it works alright. So let's change the text. So let's type this is heading and everything is working alright. Let's change the width and the width is also working alright. Let's change the variant. So let's go over here to platform and let's change this to smartphone. And now we can see we have the heading of the smartphone version. So if I decrease the width, it also works alright. Now let's select desktop light. So let's click over here and let's select desktop light, and we have the different background color. And then lastly let's select smartphone light, and we have this heading right here. So that's basically it with the heading component. So let's delete this. Right now let's create the component for the blog post card. For the blog post we need to have a thumbnail image, then we need to have a heading, and then we also need to display the tag of the post. So first of all let's create a rectangle and let's set the border radius to 10 pixels. Now you can go ahead and add any image over here. So you can just click on this fill color over here and just click on solid and select image, and here you can choose your image from your system. I'll just use a random image from a plugin called Unsplash. Now here I'll just right click and go to plugins, and let's select Unsplash, and here I'll just type music, and let's select one of these images from here. I'll just select this one right here. Right, this is the thumbnail of our post. Now let's add the heading. So let's click on text and let's add the heading over here. So I'll just type this is the heading of the post. Now for the heading I'll just select this font called Allegria. So I'll just type Allegria and let's set it to bold, and let's set the font size to 18 pixels. I think we can decrease the size of this thumbnail. Right, now let's select these two elements and let's add an auto layout. So let's press Shift A, and now this is an auto layout, and I'll just select left aligned, and I'll just remove the gap from here. So I'll just drag it over here. I'll just set it to 0. Right, so this is the post and the heading. Now for the heading we need to have some padding. So I'll just select this heading, and here I'll just add another auto layout. So I'll just press Shift A, and I will set the padding to 24 pixels. So let's go over here. So this is the vertical padding, this is the horizontal padding. So here I'll just type 24. And now we need to set the width of this heading to match the width of the component. So I'll just select this, and here I'll just set it to fill container. And I'll also select this text, and I'll just set it to auto height. And even for this text I'll just set this to fill container. And I think we can increase the horizontal padding a little bit. So let's set it to, let's try 16 pixels. And I think that looks alright. And now we need to add a background color to this whole component. So let's select this frame, and let's click plus over here in fill. And we also need to have rounded corners. So here I'll just set the corner radius to 10 pixels. And we also need to change the color of this heading. So let's select that, and let's change the color to black. Right, now the last thing we need to do is add the tag for the post. So let's create a text element, and for this I just add a tag of music, and let's just change the font size and let's set it to 13 pixels, and let's add an auto layout. So let's press Shift A, and I'll just decrease the padding. So I'll just press Alt or Option and drag it down here to 0, and let's add a background color. So let's go over here to fill, and let's click on plus, and we will add a corner radius. So here I'll just type 10, and we also change the color of the text. So let's select the text and let's change the color to black, and I think we can increase the padding of the left and the right. So here I'll just type 16 pixels, and I think that looks alright. And here I'll just change the name to tag, and we'll just change the names of all of these. I'll just change this to thumbnail, and I'll just change this to title. Right now we need to add this tag inside our post component. So let's drag it and bring it over here. So if I just leave it at the top, we can see that we have the tag at the top. Now we need to set an absolute position for this tag. So for that you can just click on this button called absolute position. And now you can go ahead and bring this anywhere you want. So I'll just bring it over here. I'll just set the spacing to 10 pixels from the right and 10 pixels from the top. Or let's change this to 8 pixels. And now here in the constraints, let's select top and right. And now let's go ahead and increase or decrease the width. So let's select the component and let's increase the width. And we can see that the tag is always on the right. Now we also need to increase the width of this thumbnail as we increase the width of this component. So let's select the thumbnail and let's change the width to fill container. And now we can see when we increase the width of the component, the width of the thumbnail also changes. And if I decrease the width, we have the heading going to the next line. So everything is working alright. This is completely responsive. Alright, that's basically it with the component of our blog post card. So I'll just bring it over here. And that's basically it with the components of our website. These are the two components. We have the heading component and also the blog post card component, and both these components are responsive. So if I go over here to assets, and here we have just one component. I think we forgot to create this as a component. So let's select this and let's click on create component, and I'll just change the name to blog post card. Right now let's go back to the assets and let's drag this component over here. And here we have this component. Now you can go ahead and increase or decrease the width. So if I just increase the width, we can see that it is completely responsive. You can go ahead and change the image, the tag, and the heading. Now in this video, we will start with the desktop version of our website. So let's get started. The first thing we will do is create a frame. So let's click on frame and let's click over here. And I'll just select frame and let's select the size as iMac. Alright, here is our frame. I'll just rename this to desktop. Now the first thing we need to do is add a background image. So for that, let's create a rectangle and let's fill it across the screen. And let's add an image over here. Now if you already have an image, you can go over here to fill and select image and just add the image over here. But for this project, I will add an image from a plugin called Unsplash. So let's right click over here and go to plugins, and I'll just go over here to installed plugins and click on Unsplash. And if you don't have this plugin installed, you can go over here to find more plugins, and here you can search for Unsplash and just click on run. And here I'll just search for music production, and let's scroll down, and here's the image that we need. So let's click on the image. And here we can see that the image has been added as a background. Now the next thing we will do is create the menu bar. So for that, let's create a rectangle. And let's set the height to 80 pixels. And let's set the width to 1024 pixels. And let's bring it to the center. So you can just click on this button called Align Horizontal Centers. And from the top, I'll just add a gap of 24 pixels. If you press Option or Alt, you can see the spacing between the elements. And now let's add a border radius to the bottom left and bottom right. So let's click on this rectangle. And here if you add a border radius, it will be added to all the sides. So if I just type 10, we can see that the border radius is added to all the sides. We'll just add it to the bottom left and bottom right. So let's click on this button called Independent Corners. And let's make the first and the second values 0. Right now we have border radius for bottom left and bottom right. Right now let's select this and let's change the color. So let's select the color black and we'll set the opacity to 50%. And let's also add a background blur. So let's click on this effects and let's select background blur from here, and I'll just change the value to, let's try 40, and I think that looks alright. Now let's go ahead and create the logo. So let's create a text, and the logo is called Sound Design, and let's change the font to Inter, and I'll just change the font weight to extra bold, and let's select the size to 16 pixels. And for design we need to have a different color, so let's select design and let's select the red color. So I'll just select this color right here. We will have a gap of 32 pixels from the left, so let's bring it over here to the left. You can press shift and arrow keys to move it 10 pixels. So I'll just bring it to 32 pixels from the left, and I'll just bring it to the center of this rectangle. So let's select the rectangle and then this text, and here let's select this option called Align Vertical Centers. Right now let's create the menu items. Let's duplicate this text, so I'll just press Option, or if you're using Windows you can just press Alt and drag this over here. And the first menu item we need to have is About. Let's change the color to white, and let's duplicate this, and we will have a gap of 50 pixels, and let's change this to Course Details, and let's duplicate this, and for this one let's type blog, and let's duplicate this once more, and this will be called Testimonials. Right now let's select all of these and let's bring it to the right, and we will leave a gap of 32 pixels. Right now let's make this a group, so you can just right click over here and select group selection, or you can just press Command or Control G, and let's just name this menu items, and let's select the logo, the menu items, and also this background rectangle, and let's create a group, and let's name this menu bar. Alright, that's it with the menu bar. Now let's go ahead and design this element over here. So here we have this text and this button. So let's go back and let's create a rectangle, and let's bring it over here to align with this menu bar, and we have a padding of 128 pixels on the right. Let's increase the height, and we will have a corner radius at the top left and top right. So let's select independent corners. Let's give it a corner radius of 20 pixels. Right now let's select this and let's give it a background color of black, and let's also set the opacity to 50, and let's add a background blur. So let's click on Effects and let's select background blur, and let's increase the value. Let's try 40. I think we can increase it a little bit more, so I think 50 looks alright. And we'll also add a border, so let's click on plus over here in stroke, and let's select the color of the border to white, and let's increase the border weight. I think 4 pixels looks alright, and we don't want to have this border at the bottom, so let's click on this button called Strokes Per Side, and here I'll just select Custom, and for the bottom I'll just set it to 0. Right now let's add the text, so let's click on text and let's click over here. I'll just type Sound Design Masterclass, and from the left we will have a gap of, let's try 40 pixels, and after that we need to have an underline, so let's select this rectangle and let's give it a height of 4 pixels, and let's bring it over here to the left, and let's decrease the width. I'll just set it to 60, and let's change the color to red, so I'll just select this color right here. Now we need to add this text right here called Learn the Art of Sound Design. So let's copy this text over here, and let's type learn the art of sound design. And for this we will set the font to Allegria, and we'll set the font size to, let's try 60 pixels, and we'll set the font weight to bold. I think we can decrease the font size a little bit, so let's try 40 pixels, and let's decrease the width, and from the right we will have a gap of 40 pixels. So you can just press Command and Shift and press the right arrow to increase the width 10 pixels. Right now the last thing we need to do is add this button. So let's select a text, and let's type demo lesson, and let's decrease the font size, and let's set it to 16 pixels. Let's change the font to Inter. Right now let's add an auto layout. So let's press Shift A, and let's set the background color. So let's click on Fill, and let's set the color to red. Let's also add a border radius. So let's try 10 pixels. And let's increase the left and the right padding. So here in the horizontal padding, let's type 32. And I think that's it with the element. So let's bring all of these elements to the bottom. And let's decrease the height a little bit. And that's basically it with this element. Now let's select this and let's make it a group. And here we can see that this rectangle is also being selected. So you can just press Shift and click on this rectangle. Now let's make this a group. So I just press Command G, and here I'll just type hero text. Alright, that's basically it with the header. So let's select all of these, and let's group it. And here I'll just type header. Alright, that's basically it with the header of our design. Alright, first of all, let's increase the height of the frame. So let's select the frame, and let's increase the height. So let's drag this down. Right now the first thing we will do is we will add a rectangle as a background. So let's select this rectangle, and let's create a background. I'll just drag it across the screen, and we'll just increase the height, and let's give it a background color of black. So let's select this, and let's scroll down, and in the fill I'll just select the black color. Right now let's add all the elements that we need to have inside this topic section. So the first thing we need to have is this heading. So for the heading we already have created a component. So here we can see we have created this component for the heading. So let's go ahead and use this heading. Now to use that, we can just go over here to Assets and just drag this heading and bring it over here. Now from the left side we will have a gap of 128 pixels, because even for the menu bar we have a gap of 128 pixels. So if you press Option or Alt, you can see the spacing. So let's go ahead and let's bring it to the left, and we will have a gap of 128 pixels. And from the top we will have a gap of 80 pixels. So let me just move this 2 pixels to the top. Right now let's increase the width of this heading, and I'll just increase the width to 1024 pixels, because from the right here also we have a gap of 128 pixels. Right now let's add the heading. So let's change the text, and we need to type what will you learn, and that's it with the heading. Now let's add these bullet points. So for that, let's create a text. So let's click on text, and let's click over here, and let's add the first topic, which is what are frequencies. And for this text we will have a font family of Allegria, and we'll set the font weight to regular and the font size to 20 pixels. And on the left side we need to have a dot. So let's click on this arrow and select ellipse, and let's create a circle, and let's set the width and the height to 8 pixels. So we can just click on this button. So we can just click on this button to have the same height and width. So just set the height to 8 pixels. Right now let's bring this over here to this text, and let's set the color of this dot. So here let's go to fill, and let's set it to this red color that we have in our website. And from the text we will have a gap of 16 pixels, and I think that looks alright. So let's select both of these and let's create a group. So let's press Command G or Control G, and now this is a group. So let's go back to our layers, and here we can see this is a group. So let's bring it up a little bit, and we will have a gap of 40 pixels from the top, and from the left we will have a gap of 140 pixels. Right now let's duplicate this group. So we need to have 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 more groups. So let's select this group and let's press Ctrl D or Command D to duplicate it, and let's bring it down, and we will have a gap of 24 pixels. Now let's duplicate this 4 more times. So I'll just press Command D or Ctrl D 4 more times, and we can see that it has the correct spacing for all these elements. Right now I'll just quickly add all the topics. So let's type using DAW and vocals processing, and then we have mixing, and then we have mixing console and mastering. Alright, that's it with the topics. Now let's create an image over here on the right. So for that, let's create a rectangle. So let's click on this arrow and select rectangle, and let's create a rectangle over here, and we will have a gap of 140 pixels from the right. Let me just decrease the width a little bit, and we'll also decrease the height to match with the number of topics. Right now you can add the image that you want over here. So you can just go over here to fill and select image and select the image from here. But I'll just use a plugin called Unsplash. So let's right click over here and go to plugins, and in recents we have Unsplash. So I'll just type DAW, and let's select one of these images from here. Let me just select this one right here. Right now here we can see from the top we have a gap of 80 pixels. Now from the bottom also we will have a gap of 80 pixels. So if I click on this rectangle and if I press Option or Alt, and now here we can see we have a gap of 177 pixels. So let's reduce the height of this rectangle. So I'll just press Shift and Command, and let's press the up arrow, and now we have 77 pixels. So let's just press Command and down arrow 3 more times, and now we have 80 pixels from the bottom. And I think we also have some shape over here on the right, so let's add that as well. So let's click on rectangle and let's create a shape. So we will have a width of 8 pixels, and let's set the height to 60 pixels, and let's duplicate this, and let's rotate it. So press Shift and drag it over here, and we'll set the height of this to 80 pixels, and let's just bring it together, and let's select both of these, and let's change the color. So I'll just click on fill, and let's choose a color. So we'll choose the yellow color, so this color right here. So let's select the color picker and let's select this color, and let's also group this. So let's press Command G, and I'll just position this, and I think that looks alright. Now let's increase the height of this background rectangle so that we have a padding of 80 pixels from this element. So now we can see we have a padding of 47 pixels. So let's press Command and Shift and press the down arrow, and now we have 80 pixels from the bottom. Right now let's select all of this and make it a group. So let's press Command G, and let's just name this topics, and that's basically it with the topics section of our design. So here the first thing we will do is we will add the background color. So for that, let's create a rectangle, and let's make it the length of our frame, and let's increase the height a little bit. And now let's change the color of this rectangle. So let's go to fill, and let's click on this color picker, and let's choose this color right here. So now we can see we have the correct background color. Now in this section we need to have this icon, and we have this heading and this text right here. So first of all, let's create this text. So let's go back to Figma and let's click on text, and let's type 23,000 plus, and let's increase the font size. So let's go over here to design, and we'll keep the font as Inter, and we'll change the font weight to black, and let's change the font size to 40. Right now let's bring this down a little bit, and let's also add the text called students. So I'll just duplicate this down here. We can just press Option or Alt and drag it down here, and let's type students. And for this text, let's change the font to Allegria, and we'll change the font weight to bold, and let's change the font size to 30, and let's center align this. So let's bring it and drag it over here, and here we can see we have this indication that it is in the center, and I think that looks alright. Now let's add the icon. So let's just move this down a little bit. Now for the icon, we're going to use a plugin called Iconify. So let's right click over here, and let's go to plugins, and you can click on find more plugins, or if you already have the plugin installed, you can just go over here to installed plugins and click on Iconify. And here let's add the search term. So I'll just type student, and we have a lot of icons over here. Let's choose one of these. Let's select this one right here, and let's click on import icon. And here we can see that the icon has been imported to our design. Let's drag it over here into our section, and let's just bring it up. So you can just press Command and right curly braces, and you can go up. So I'll just bring it above everything. Right, let's see what is the height and width of this icon. Let's change this to 100 pixels. Right, now let's bring this to the center. So let's drag it and bring it over here, and I think that looks alright. Right, now let's select all of this, and let's add an auto layout. So let's press Shift A, and let's decrease the padding a little bit. Now let's select this, and let's rename this to students. And now let's duplicate this. So let's press Command D and drag it over here. And for this we need to change the details. So here we can see we have 26 hours and video content. So let's change that. Let's type 26 hours and video content. Right, now we need to change this icon. So let's go back to the plugin Iconify. Let's right click over here and go to plugins and Iconify. Let's search for video, and let's go to the next page, and we will use this icon right here. So let's click on this icon, and let's click on import icon, and the icon has been imported over here. Let's drag it over here, and we need to bring it to the top. So you can just drag this and bring it to the top. Right, let's also set the width and the height to 100. So let's type 100. Right, now let's replace this icon with this icon right here. So let's drag it and bring it to the top, and let's just delete this. Right, that's it with both these icons. So let's select both of these, and let's see whether they are aligned properly. So let's click on this icon right here called Align Vertical Centers, and let's also bring it to the center. So let's drag it and bring it over here. Right, now we also need to have this element right here. So let's just copy this from here. Let's press Command C, and let's press Command V over here, and I'll just drag it over here to the top, and we'll just rotate this. So I'll just press Shift and rotate it, and we will have a gap of 80 pixels from the top. So let's bring it up, and let's also bring this to the left, and we'll also bring these two elements to the top a little bit. And we also need to change the color of this. So let's select this, and let's click on this fill, and let's choose the red color. Right, now let's decrease the height of this rectangle, and we will have a gap of 80 pixels from the bottom. So let's just decrease the height. Right, now we have a padding of 80 pixels. Right, now let's design the next section, which is this post section. So let's create a rectangle. Before that, let's group this. So let's select all of these, and let's press Command G, and I'll just change the name to info. Right, now let's create a rectangle, and let's increase the width and also the height. And let's change the background color. So for this we will change the color to this color right here. So let's select fill, and let's select the color picker, and let's choose this color right here. Right now the first thing we need to have over here is the heading. So here we have this heading, latest posts. So let's go to assets, and we have the heading component over here. Let's drag this and bring it over here. And from the left we need to have a gap of 128 pixels. And from the top we need to have a gap of 80 pixels. Right now let's change the heading to latest posts. And let's increase the heading width. Now for this heading we have a different color for this underline, and we have created a variant for that. So let's choose desktop light from here, and now we have the correct heading. Now let's add the blog post. So for that we have created this component called blog post card. So let's just drag this over here, and I'll just drag this and bring it over here. And from the top we will have a gap of 40 pixels. Now we need to create 2 more posts. So let's just duplicate this, and we'll duplicate it once more. And now let's change these details. So for the first one we have a heading of how to use drum machine in Logic Pro X. So let's change this heading. And for the tag we need to have DAW. So let's change this to DAW. And let's change the image. So let's double click over here in the image. And here you can go to this image and choose your own image from here. I'm just going to use an image from Unsplash. So let's right click over here and go to plugins and Unsplash. And let's search for DAW. And let's use this image right here. Right, that's it with the first card. Now let's go to the second card, and for this we have a heading of how to mix guitars effectively. So let's add that over here. And here we can see for the first card we have 2 lines of text, so we have a larger height. So for the second one let's add an empty line, and let's change the tag to mixing. So let's type mixing over here, and let's change the image. So let's double click on this image, and let's right click over here and go to plugins, Unsplash, and let's search for guitar, and let's choose an image from here. Let's choose this image right here. Alright, that's it with the second card. Now let's go to the third card, and for that we have a title of the real power of harmonies in music production. So let's add that over here. And for the tag we have Vox, and let's change the image. So let's right click over here and go to plugins and go to Unsplash, and let's search for choir, and we'll just use this image right here. Now let's add this button for all posts. So for that let's create a text, and let's type all posts, and let's change the font size to 16 pixels, and we'll change the color to black. So let's select black from here, and now let's add an auto layout. So let's press Shift A, and let's add a background color. So let's click on fill. Let's decrease the padding from the top and the bottom. So here we can just decrease the padding. This here is the horizontal padding, so let's increase that a little bit, and let's change the vertical padding. Let's bring it down. Let's change it to 4, and let's also add a border radius. Let's type 10 over here. Right now let's bring this to the right, and we will have a gap of 30 pixels. Right now let's decrease the height of this rectangle, and we need to have a padding of 80 pixels. Right now it is 229, so let's decrease the height. So now we have a padding of 80 pixels. Right, that's basically it with the post section. So let's select all of these, and let's make it a group, and let's just name this blog. And with that we have completed the blog section. So this is how our website looks right now. The first thing we will do is we will add the background color. So let's create a rectangle for that, and let's stretch it across the width of the frame, and let's also increase the height, and let's add a background color of this color right here. So let's select fill, and let's choose this color right here. Right now the first thing we need to have is this heading which says what our students say. So for the heading we already have a component, so let's go to assets and let's drag this component over here. And from the left I will have a space of 128 pixels, and from the top we will have a space of 80 pixels. And let me just increase the width of this element. Right now let's change the heading to what our students say. And now we need to have an image for the student, and we have the name and then we have the comment. So let's create a rectangle and let's give it a height and width of 100 pixels. And we'll also add a border radius of 10 pixels. And from the left we will have a gap of 128 pixels. And from the top we will have a gap of 50 pixels. And now here we need to add the image of the student. Now you can go over here to fill and go to image and add the image from here. But I will use this plugin called Unsplash. So let's right click over here and go to plugins and go to Unsplash. And let's search for person. And let's just select this one right here. And after that we need to have the name. So let's create a text element. And let's type the name, Peter Adams. And let's set the font size to 20 pixels. And let's set the font to Allegria. And let's set the font weight to bold. And let's bring it to the top and align it with this image. And we will have a gap of 20 pixels, or let's try 16 pixels. And then we need to have the comment or the review. So here we have one more text. You can just duplicate this over here. And let's add this text right here. So I'll just copy this text from here. And let's paste it over here. And for this I'll just set the font weight to regular. And let's set the font size to 16 pixels. So that's it with the first testimonial. And let's select these three elements from here. And let's make it a group. So let's press Ctrl G and let's type testimonial. Or we'll just type testimonial 1. Let's add a fixed width for this review text. So let's double click over here. So let's set it to auto height and let's set the width to, let's try 264 pixels. And now just copy this group and paste it on the right side. And let's also paste it once more. Right now let's change the details. So for the second one, let's go ahead and change the image. So I'll just right click over here and go to plugins and Unsplash. And let's type person. And let's select this image right here. And let's change the name to Robert Fox. And now let's add the text. Right now let's go to the next group and let's select the image. So let's right click over here and go to plugins and click on Unsplash. And let's type person. And let's select this one right here. And let's change the name and let's change the text. Alright, now here we can see we have these three testimonials. Now let's go ahead and bring it to the right. So we will have a gap of 128 pixels from the right. So I'll just move it to the right. Right now we need to space them correctly. So let's select all these groups. And let's go over here to this button and let's click on tidy up. And now we can see every element has the correct spacing. Now let's also decrease the width of this rectangle. And we need to have a gap of 80 pixels from the bottom. Right now we have 80 pixels at the bottom. And that's it with the testimonial section. Now let's go ahead and design the footer. So let's create a rectangle for that. Before that, let's go ahead and group all of this. So let's select all of these and let's press Ctrl G or Command G. And I'll just change the name to testimonials. Right now let's create a rectangle and let's increase the width and the height. And let's change the color to black. Now the first thing we need to have over here is the logo. So let's copy the logo from here. I'll just double click over here and let's press Command G, and here let's press Command V, and let's bring it over here to the top. And from the left we will have a gap of 128 pixels. Now for the footer we will have less padding at the top and the bottom. So let's set a gap of 40 pixels from the top. And below the logo we have these icons of Facebook, Instagram and Twitter. And for the icons we will use a plugin called Iconify. So let's right click over here and let's go to plugins and click on Iconify. And let's search for Facebook. And let's select this icon and let's click on import icon. And the Facebook icon has been imported. And we also need to get the icons of Twitter and Instagram as well. So let's tap Twitter. Let's get this icon right here. And let's drag this icon right here. And then lastly we need to have Instagram. And let's select this one right here. And let's drag it over here. Now for some of these icons we have some padding at the sides. So let's go ahead and remove that. Let's just go ahead and select the vector. And we'll just bring it outside this frame. So now we can see we have this vector. Let's just delete this frame. And let's do the same for the other icons as well. So for the Facebook, we have this vector. So let's bring it out here. And let's delete this frame. And let's search for Twitter. Twitter is right here. And for Twitter, we don't have any outer frame. So now let's go ahead and bring it over here inside the footer. And we also need to change the size. So let's select constrain proportions and let's set the height and the width to 32 pixels. And we'll do the same for Twitter and Instagram as well. Let's set the height and the width to 32 pixels. And even for Twitter, let's set the height and the width to 32 pixels. Now for these icons, we also need to have different colors. So let's go ahead and choose the colors. So for Facebook, let's add the color of Facebook. So here instead of this black color, let's change the color code to 4267B2. And let's change the color of Twitter. And for Twitter, we have a hex code of 1DA1F2. And then lastly for Instagram, let's change the color to E1306C. And let's bring it over here. And I think the Twitter icon is outside our frame. So let's bring it inside the desktop frame. Let's also change the names. So this is Instagram and this is Facebook. We need to bring it outside this frame. And let's change the name to Facebook logo. And let's select this and let's change the name to Twitter logo. And now between these we will have a gap of 16 pixels. And let's select these three and let's group it. And let's tap social icons. Right now let's bring it over here inside the footer. And we will have a spacing of 36 pixels. And after that we need to have this text over here. So let's create a text element. And let's add the text over here. And let's change the text to Allegria. And let's change the font weight to regular. Right now the next thing we need to have are these links. So let's copy this text over here. Let's press Option or Alt and drag it over here. And let's tap Quick Links. And let's change the font weight to bold. Let's change the font size to 18 pixels. And let's also change the color. So let's select this pinkish color over here. And now let's copy this once more over here. And we have these two links, blog and privacy policy. So let's type blog. And let me just duplicate this and bring it down here. And I will just change the text to privacy policy. And let's select both of these and let's bring it up a little bit. Right, that's it with the quick links. So let's select all of these and let's make it a group. And now let's duplicate this and bring it over here. And for this we have contact us. So let's type contact us. And let's add these details over here. And we'll also have a gap of 50 pixels from the top. So let's bring it up a little bit. Now let's bring this last group over here to the right. And we'll have a gap of 128 pixels from the right. Right now let's space all of this correctly. So let's select these elements. Let's make it a group. And let's select all of these elements over here, and let's click on this button, and let's click on tidy up, and that looks alright. I think we can bring this down a little bit. Right, that's basically it with the footer. Now let's go ahead and decrease the height, and we'll have a gap of 50 pixels. Right, that's it with the footer. Now let's select all of this and let's make it a group, and I'll just name it footer. And let's select this frame, so you can just press Command or Control and click over here, and let's decrease the height. And here we can see when we decrease the height, we have the social media icons moving up. So let's fix that. Let's go over here and let's click on this, and let's click on constraints. Let's select left and top. Right, now let's decrease the height of this frame. And that's it with our desktop version. So this is how it looks. We have all these sections designed over here. Now the first thing we will do is create a frame. So let's click on frame, and let's click over here, and let's select one of these presets. So let's go to frame, and we will select this one right here, iPad Pro 11. And this is our frame. Let's go ahead and change the name of the frame to tablet. Right, now let's increase the height. Now the tablet version is almost similar to this desktop version, so I just move this over here to the right, and let's copy and paste these sections over here in the middle, and then we will edit that and add it over here. So first of all, let's copy this header section from here. So I'll just press Option, or you can just press Alt on Windows, and just drag it over here. So here we have the header. Now let's bring this over here into the tablet version. Now before that, we have to decrease the width of this header. So first of all, let's click on tablet, and here we can see the width is 834 pixels. So I'll just decrease the width over here. I'll just select the background rectangle, and let's decrease the width. Let's set it to 834 pixels. I'll just change this to 834. And now we need to bring this to the left. So let's drag it over here to the left. And we can also decrease the width of this a little bit. So let's decrease the width a little bit. And now let's fix the menu bar. So let's bring this over here to the left. And we will have a gap of, let's try 40 pixels. And even from the right, we need to have a gap of 40 pixels. So first of all, let's copy these menu items and let's bring it over here to the left. And now let's decrease the width of this rectangle. And from the right, we will have a gap of 40 pixels. And here for the menu bar, we have a padding of 32 pixels. So let's add the same padding over here. So let's move it over here to the right. Alright, that's it with the menu bar. Now let's increase the height of this header a little bit. So let's drag this over here. And I think that looks alright. And here we have a lot of width for this text. Let's decrease the width a little bit. And let's bring this element to the bottom. And from the right, we will have a spacing of 70 pixels. And now let's add this into our tablet frame. So let's drag this and bring it over here. So that's it with the header of our tablet version. Alright, now let's bring this topic section. So let's press Option and drag it over here. And we need to decrease the width of this to 834 pixels. So let's decrease the width of this rectangle and let's set it to 834. And now we need to bring all of this to the left. So we will have a spacing of 70 pixels from the left. So let's bring it over here, and from the top we will have a gap of 80 pixels. And let's also select all these topics and let's bring it to the left. And from the left we will have a gap of, let's try 90 pixels. And let's bring this image to the left. And we'll also decrease the width of this image. And from the right we will have a gap of 70 pixels. And I think that looks alright. And let's also bring this element to the left. And let's position it correctly. Right now from the bottom of this we will have a gap of 80 pixels. So let's press option and we have 78 pixels. So let's scale it up a little bit. Let's press command and press the down arrow twice. And now we have a gap of 80 pixels. Right now let's bring this into our tablet frame. And I think we have a lot of width for this heading. So let's decrease the width a little bit. And from the right we will have a gap of 70 pixels. Alright, let's drag this into our tablet frame. And let's bring it up. Alright, that's it with the topics section. Now let's work with this info section. So let's press option and drag it over here. And let's decrease the width of the rectangle to 834 pixels. And we'll also decrease the font size of these headings. So let's select this and let's set the font size to 32 pixels. And let's select this and let's set the font size to 24 pixels. And let's do the same for this element. So let's select it and let's set the font size to 32. And let's select this and let's set the font size to 24. And let's align this correctly. And for this we will have a gap of, let's try 140 pixels from the left, 140 pixels from the right, and even from the left we will have a gap of 140 pixels. Let's bring this up a little bit. And from the bottom we will have a gap of 80 pixels. Right now let's drag this and add it into our frame. And let's bring it up. Right, that's it with the info section. Now let's go ahead and duplicate this block section. So let's press option and drag it over here. And for the block section we will have two blocks at the top and one block post at the bottom. So let's increase the height of this rectangle and let's bring this down. And we'll also set the width of this to 834 pixels. And we will set a padding of 70 pixels from the left. And let's also decrease the width of this heading. And from the right we will have a gap of 70 pixels. And let's bring this over here to the left. And let's bring this to the left as well. And we need to have a gap of 70 pixels from the right. And we can increase the width of these a little bit. So right now it is set to 314 pixels. Let's increase it to 324 pixels. And even for this let's increase it to 324 pixels. And that looks alright. Now for the third post we will have a width of 100%. So let's drag it over here. And here we will have a width of 100%. And we'll bring it up a little bit. Right now we'll place this button over here on the right. Right now let's decrease the width of this rectangle. And we will have a gap of 80 pixels from the bottom. Right now let's bring this over here to the right. So let's drag it and bring it inside our frame. Right now the next section we need to add is this testimonial section. So let's duplicate it. And we need to bring all these elements one below the other. So let's select the rectangle and let's increase the height. And let's bring all of these one below the other. And we'll also set the width of this to 834 pixels. And let's have a padding of 70 pixels from the left. And let's also decrease the width of this heading. Right now let's select the first testimonial. And we will have a gap of 90 pixels from the left. And let's bring these two elements to the right. And I think that looks alright. Let's do the same for this testimonial. And we will leave a gap of 50 pixels. And let's bring this name and this testimonial to the right. And we'll also increase the width of this text a little bit. And from the right also we will have a gap of 90 pixels. And now let's do the same for this testimonial. And let's bring the name and this text over here to the right. And that's basically it with the testimonial section. So let's decrease the height of this rectangle, and from the bottom we will have a gap of 80 pixels. Right now let's bring this over here to the right, and I think we don't have the correct padding at the top, so let's check it. We have a padding of 48, so we need to bring this rectangle to the top, and let's increase the height. Right now we have the correct padding, so let's bring this over here inside this frame. And now the last thing we need to add is this footer, so let's duplicate it, and let's bring this over here to the left, and let's decrease the width of this rectangle, and let's set it to 834. And from the left and the right we will have a padding of 70 pixels, and even from the right we will have a padding of 70 pixels. Right now let's select these three groups, and let's go over here to this button, and let's click on tidy up, and we can see everything is tidied up. Right now let's drag this footer inside our tablet frame, and that's it with the footer. And with that we have completed the design of the tablet version. So let's decrease the height of this frame. So I just press Command and click over here, and let's decrease the height, and let's also bring this over here to the left. Now the first thing we need to do is create a frame. So let's go over here to frame, and let's click over here, and let's change the frame preset. So let's click on frame, and let's choose a preset from here. Let's choose iPhone 11 Pro, and now let's change the name of this frame to smartphone. And just like we did with the tablet version, let's go ahead and copy these sections over here, and we'll make changes and add them inside our frame. So first of all, let's copy this header over here. So we can just press Option, or you can press Alt on Windows and drag it over here. Right now we need to make the changes. So the first thing we will do is decrease the width. So here if you go to the smartphone frame, here we can see we have a width of 375 pixels. So let's change the width of this. So let's double click over here and select this rectangle, and let's change the width to 375, and let's also decrease the height a little bit. And now let's bring this element inside our header, and we'll also decrease the font size. So let's decrease the font size to, let's try 32 pixels, and I think that looks alright. Let's also bring these elements down a little bit, and let's select this and bring it down, and now we can decrease the height. Now here we will have a padding of 32 pixels. So right now it is 10 pixels, so let's move it to the right, and let's also add the padding on the right. So let's select this rectangle, and let's decrease the width, and we will have a padding of 32, and let's also move these elements to the right a little bit. So from the left we will have a padding of, let's try 24 pixels. Right now let's focus on the menu bar. Now even for the menu bar we will have a padding of 32 pixels. So let's move it to the left, and let's also move it to the top a little bit. So let's have a padding of 16 pixels from the top, and we'll also decrease the height of this menu bar. So let's double click over here and select this rectangle, and right now the height is 80 pixels. So let's change this to 60, and now let's move this logo to the center, and from the left we will have a padding of 24 pixels. Now in the smartphone version we don't want to display these menu items, so let's select this and let's delete it, and let's also decrease the width of this rectangle. And from the right we will have a padding of 32. Right now here on the right we need to have the menu icon, so let's create a menu icon. So I'll just select the rectangle, and let's create a rectangle over here, and we'll set the width to, let's try 20, and we'll set the height to 3, and we'll also add a border radius of 3. Right now let's duplicate this, so let's press Command D and bring it down, and we'll have a gap of, let's try 5 pixels, and I think that looks alright. So let's select both of these, and let's group it. Let's press Command G, and let's name it menu icon. And let's bring this inside the header. So I'll just drag it and drop it over here inside the header. And let's also center align this. So I'll just drag it over here. And from the right, we will have a padding of 24 pixels. And I think we need to bring this menu icon inside the menu bar. So let's drag it and drop it over here. Right, that's it with the menu bar. Now let's drag this over here inside our frame. So this is how it looks right now. Now the next thing we need to have is this section over here, topic section. So let's duplicate it. And first of all, let's increase the height of this frame. So just select this frame and increase the height. And let's bring this over here. Now for the mobile version, we don't want to display this image, so let's delete it. And we'll also have to change the heading. So let's double click over here and let's change the heading type to smartphone. Now from the top, we will have a padding of 60 pixels. And let's bring all of these to the top as well. And let's select all of this and let's have a padding from the left of 32 pixels. Right now, let's decrease the width of this rectangle and let's set it to 375. And let's also bring this element over here. And let's also decrease the width of this heading. Let's bring this up a little bit. And from the bottom, we will have a padding of 60 pixels. So let's decrease the height of this rectangle. We can just press Shift and Command and press the up arrow. Right now we have a padding of 60 pixels at the bottom. I think we can bring this over here to the right. Right now let's drag and drop this inside our frame. And let's bring this up a little bit. So that's it with the topic section. Now let's bring the next section, which is the info section. So let's duplicate it over here. And first of all, let's select the rectangle and let's change the width to 375. And let's change the height. Now we will place these elements one below the other. So I just select this. And from the left, we will have a padding of 32. And from the top, we will have a padding of 60. And let's just bring this over here to the center. And let's bring this also over here in the center. And we will have a gap of 80 pixels. Right now, let's decrease the height of this. And we will have a padding of 60 pixels from the bottom. I think we can bring these up a little bit. Now let's decrease the height of this rectangle. Right, that's it with the info section. Now let's bring this over here inside our frame. And let's just move it up. Right, now the next section is the block section. So let's duplicate it over here. And for the block section, we need to have all these blog posts one below the other. Now first of all, let's select the rectangle. And let's set the width to 375. And let's also change the heading to smartphone light. And we'll also set the padding. So from the top, we need to have a padding of 60. And from the left, we need to have a padding of 32. And let's also decrease the width. And from the right, we will have a padding of 32. Right now, let's bring this over here to the left. And from the top, we will have a gap of, let's try 40 pixels. And even on the right, we will have a padding of 32 pixels. Right now, let's bring the next blog post. So I'll just increase the height. And let's bring this over here. And let's decrease the width. And let's do the same for this blog post. And let's decrease the width. I think we can decrease the spacing between these elements. So let's select all of these. And here we can see we have this indication which says 40. So let's drag it and let's set it to 30. So now we can see we have a gap of 30 pixels for all these blog posts. Right now, let's bring this button over here. And let's set it over here on the right. Right now, let's decrease the height of this rectangle. And we will have a padding of 60 pixels from the bottom. Right now let's add this inside our frame. So let's drag it over here and bring it to the top. Right now the next section is the testimonial section. So let's duplicate it and bring it over here. And let's increase the height of this rectangle. And first of all, let's change the heading. So let's select it and change this to smartphone. And let's bring both of these to the bottom. And now we need to have this image on the top, and then we need to have the name and then the review. So let's double click over here and let's select these two elements and let's drag them over here. And we will center align all of this. So first of all, let's decrease the width of our rectangle. So let's select this and let's decrease the width to 375. And let's also set the padding for the heading. So from the top we need to have a padding of 60 pixels, and from the left we need to have a padding of 32. And let's also decrease the width. Right now let's bring this over here to the top, and we will have a gap of 40 pixels. Right now let's select all these elements and let's click on this button to align everything to the center. And let's bring everything to the center. Right, let's do the same for the other testimonials as well. So let's double click on this image. Let's bring it over here, and we'll have a gap of 50 pixels, or let's try 60 pixels. And let's bring these elements over here, and let's bring this review to the center. And here also we will set a padding of 32 pixels, and let's decrease the width and let's set it to 32 from the right side. And we'll also text align this. So let's press on this button called text align center. Right now let's work with the third testimonial, and let's double click and bring this over here, and let's bring this heading over here, and let's bring this review to the center. Right, that's it with the testimonial section. Now let's decrease the height of this, and let's set a padding of 60 pixels to the bottom. Right now let's bring this over here inside our frame. Now the last thing we need to add is this footer. So let's drag it over here. And for the footer, we need to have all these elements one below the other. So let's double click on this rectangle and let's increase the height. And let's bring these elements to the left. First of all, let's bring this text to the bottom. And let's bring these elements to the left. And let's also set the width of this to 375. And we will have a gap of 40 pixels. And let's also bring this element over here. And now let's select all of this and let's move everything to the left so that we have a padding of 32 pixels from the left. Right now let's decrease the height, and from the top we have a padding of 50. So let's decrease the height, and from the bottom we will have a padding of 50. Right, that's it with the footer. Now let's go ahead and drag this over here inside our frame. And let's decrease the height of this frame. So let's press Command and click over here. And let's decrease the height. And that's basically it with the smartphone version. So this is how it looks. Here we have the header, then we have the topics section, we have the info section, and then we have the latest posts, and then we have the testimonials, and then the footer. So with that, we have completed designing the smartphone version. Right now, the first thing we will do is let's create a frame for the menus. So let's click on frame and let's click over here. And we will set the width of the frame the same as the width of this smartphone frame. So let's click on this. And here we have a width of 375. So let's set the width to 375. And let's increase the height a little bit. And let's change the name of the frame to menu items. Right now let's change the background color. So let's click on this frame and let's click on this fill button and let's select this color right here. And now let's add the menu items. So the menu items are already over here inside this tablet version. So let's double click over here and let's copy this from here and let's paste it over here. So let's press Command V and here we have all the menus. So let's bring this over here and we need to bring all of these one below the other. So let's double click over here and bring it over here. Let's double click on this one and bring it over here. And in the same way, let's bring the last menu. So let's bring it over here. We need to bring it inside the menu items group. Right now let's position this correctly. So first of all, let's set the position of everything to the same, which is 8 pixels, and then we will change it. And now let's increase the spacing a little bit. So let's increase the spacing to, let's try 30 pixels. And I think that looks alright. So let's bring it up a little bit. And from the left, we will have a spacing of 32 pixels. Now here on the right side, we need to have the close icon. So let's create a close icon. Let's click on this rectangle. And let's create a rectangle over here. And we'll set the width to 20 pixels. And let's set the height to 3 pixels. And we'll also set a border radius of 3 pixels. Let's set the color of this to white. And let's set the rotation to 45 degrees. Now let's duplicate this. So I'll just press Command D. And for this, I'll set a rotation of negative 45 degrees. And now here we have this close icon. So let's space it correctly. And let's select both of these. And let's press Command G to group it. And let's name this close icon. Now we need to have some padding for this close icon. So for that, let's create an auto layout. So let's press Shift A. And here we can see when we create an auto layout, we have both these elements separated. So let's undo this. We will flatten this first. So let's right click over here and click on flatten. Now we can see this is a vector. And let's also set the width to 16 pixels and also the height to 16 pixels. Right now let's add the auto layout. So let's press Shift A. And here we can see we have this padding of 10 pixels. Let's change it to 8 pixels. Right now let's bring this over here to the side. And now we need to do the same for this icon right here, because we're going to click on this icon. So we need to have some padding. So even if the user clicks somewhere over here, the icon should be pressed. So let's double click on this. And let's press Shift A. And let's add a padding of 8 pixels. Right now let's bring this to the center. And now here we can see from the edge we have a gap of 40 pixels. So let's add the same gap over here for the close button. And let's also check from the top. From the top we have a gap of 32 pixels. So let's set a gap of 32 pixels from the top. And from the right we will have a gap of 40 pixels. Right now we need to display these menu items when we click on this menu button. So for that we have to go to prototype and we have to select this button and click on this plus icon and drag it over here to this frame. And here we have this pop-up. Now we have to select some of these options from here. So we will set it as on click, and here instead of navigate to, let's change it to open overlay. And then here we have the option of selecting where it should be displayed. So let's select it and let's select top center. And then we have the option of closing the pop-up when we click outside the pop-up. So let's turn that on. And then we have the animation. So instead of instant, let's change it to move in. And we want to move it in from the top. So let's select this option right here. So now we can see that it moves in from the top. And then we have some more options over here. So we have this transition curve. So let's select it and let's select an option from here. Let's just select slow over here. And now when we click on this close button, we need to close this pop-up. So let's select this and let's click on this plus icon and let's drag it over here. And we need to change navigate to close overlay. Right now let's close this. And now let's test it out and let's see whether it works. So we have set the starting point over here. You can drag this and add it to any frame you want. I'll just add it to this frame because we want to test it. So let's click on this button called present. Right here we have the smartphone version. Now let's click on this menu button, and here we can see that the menu is being displayed over here, and if I click on this close button, it goes back. So the overlay is working all right. So that's basically how you can add menu animation to your Figma design. And with that, we have completed designing the home page using Figma. So let me quickly show you a demo of the website. Right, this is how the website looks, and this is the hero section. And if you scroll down, we have this topics section. And when we hover over these topics, we have the image change on the right side. Then if you scroll down, we have the info section. And then if you scroll down, we have the post section. And this data is fetched from Sanity IO. Then if you scroll down, we have the testimonials section, and all this data is also fetched from Sanity IO. And then lastly, we have the footer, and we also have these menu items over here. So if I click on any of these menu items, we'll be taken to that section. Now this website is completely responsive. So if I decrease the width of the browser window, this is how it will look on a tablet. So if you scroll down, we have all the other sections over here, and we have a different layout for this post section. And even for the testimonials, we have a different layout. And then we have the footer. Now let's take a look at the smartphone version. So let me decrease the width of the browser window even more. So this is how it will look on a smartphone. And for the smartphone, we have this icon right here. And if I click on that, we have the menu items displayed over here. And if I click on any of these menu items, we'll be taken to that section. So for the smartphone version, we have a different layout for all these sections. So this is what we're going to design in this video. We'll be designing this website by referencing a Figma design. You can find the link of the Figma file in the description of this video. So you can basically follow along with me in this video, and by the end of this video, you will have a complete responsive website ready for you. I will also show you how to deploy the website so that you can show it to the world. So I hope that you'll find this video useful. If you like this video, please click on the like button and also subscribe to get notified about such videos in the future. So let's get started. So here we can see this is the Figma file, and we have the design of our website over here. And we're going to reference this design and create our website. Now the first thing you can do is export all these assets from Figma. So I will leave the link of the Figma file in the description, so you can just download it and open it in your Figma application. And here we can see that this is the design of our website. And we need to export all these images and icons from this design. Now let me quickly show you how to export the images. So you can just go ahead and select the image. So here we can see we have selected this rectangle, which is the image. And you can go over here to this panel and scroll down. And here you can see the option called export. So you can just click on this plus icon. And here you can preview the image. So this is how the image looks. Now you can go ahead and click on this export button and just name the image whatever you want. Now in the same way, you can go ahead and export all the other images. So you need to export this hero image, and then for all these images, I have these images set up over here. So you can just export all of these images, and then you need to export these elements over here. So you can just double click over here, and for exporting these, you can just export them as SVG because these are basically icons. So you can just go ahead and select SVG as the export type and click on export. And in the same way, you also have to export these icons over here. So you can just double click, and you can also export these as SVGs and also export this icon. And then we have these images for the blog post. So you can also export these. Now before exporting these, you can just make sure that these rounded corners are not in the exported images. So you can just double click on this image. So right now the image is selected, and you can just go ahead over here to the border radius and just select 0 and press enter, and then just go ahead and export the image. And once you export the image, you can just set it back to the initial value, which is 10. So in this way, you can go ahead and export all these 3 images for the blog post, and then you can export these images. Do the same for these images as well. And then down here we have these icons. So you can also export these icons as SVGs. And then on the right side, we have this icon for the smartphone. So also export this icon as SVG, and also this close icon as SVG. So once you have exported all of these images, you can just go ahead and start with creating our project. Now we're going to use React.js to build our website, and this is the official website of React.js. And if you scroll down here, we can see that we have the features of React.js displayed over here. And if you click on Get Started, here we have the guide on how to install React. But we're going to install React using this tool called Vite. So you can just go to vitejs.dev and you can just click on Get Started, or you can also click on Guide. So here we can see this is the Getting Started guide. So if you scroll down, here we have the code of creating a Vite app. So let's copy this code from here. I'll just click on this button. And now let's open Visual Studio Code. So this is the code editor that we'll be using for our project. And here I have already created a folder called Responsive Website. Now the first thing you have to do is open the terminal. So you can just go over here to View and just click on Terminal. And here we have the terminal. So you can just paste the command over here, npm create vite at latest, and let's press enter. Now here we have to provide the project name. So I'll just name it Frontend. And you can name this anything you want, but we're going to create two folders, one for the front end and one for the back end. So I'll just name this project Frontend, and let's press enter. And then here we have the option of selecting the framework. So I'll just select React and press enter. And then we have the option of selecting the variant. So I'll just select JavaScript. And now we have this folder called Frontend displayed over here. So now we have to cd into the Frontend folder. So let's tap cd Frontend. And once you are in the Frontend folder, you have to type npm install. So let's tap npm install. And now if you open this Frontend folder, we have this project displayed over here, and we have this package.json file. And if I open that, here we have this script. So we can just type npm run dev to start our website. So let's type npm run dev. Now you can simply open this link. So you can just press Ctrl or Command and click on this link. And you should see a page something like this. And here we also have this count variable. So we can see that it is working all right. Now let's go back to our project and let's see what are these files. Let me just briefly explain to you the important files. So the first one is the package.json file, and in that you will have all these details about the project and also the scripts and also the dependencies. So here we have React and React DOM installed right now. And then we have this file called index.html, and if you open that, this is a basic HTML file. And here we have this division with an ID of root. So all the application data will go inside this division. And then we have this folder called node modules, and in that we have all the necessary dependencies. And then we have this folder called public, and in that we have this svg file. And then lastly we have this src folder, and in that we have these different files. The first file that we're going to look at is main.jsx. And here we can see we have React being imported and also React DOM is imported. And then we also have this app.jsx file imported, which is this file right here. And we also have this index.css file imported, which is this file right here. We have some basic CSS. And then we are just rendering this application inside the division with an ID of root, which we had over here inside this index.html file. So we are just rendering the application inside this root division. So this is the main.jsx file, and then we have this app.jsx file, and this is the actual application that you see over here in our browser. So if you go back here, we can see we have this h1 which is displayed over here. So this is where we're going to write the code of our application. And then here we have this app.css file where we have some CSS for this app.jsx file, and then we have this assets folder where we have this logo. So this is how this React app is structured. Now let's go ahead and set up everything. So let's remove this logo from here. So I'll just delete this file from here. And then I'll just remove all this CSS from the app.css file. And let's go ahead and remove all this code from the app.jsx file. And I have this extension installed called ES7 plus React Redux React Native Snippets. So you can just go ahead and search for this extension and install it. Once you install that, you can just type RAFCE and press tab, and you'll have this basic React code. Now here we can go ahead and type anything you want. So I'll just type hello. And now if you save this, and if I go back to our web page, here we can see it says hello. And let's go back and let's also remove all the CSS from the index.css file. So let's remove all the CSS from here. Now if you go back, here we have no CSS and just the text over here. Right now let's go ahead and make some basic changes. So let's go to the index.html file, and first of all let's change the title. Now this is the title that you see over here in the browser. So let's change this to welcome, and now we can see that the title has changed. And let's also add the link of the fonts that we're going to use in our design. So if you go back to the Figma file, and if you open any of this text, let's see which is the fonts being used. So let's open this text, and here we can see we have this font called Inter, and it is an extra bold version. And if you scroll down, here we have another font called Allegria, and it is also a bold version. And then we have the Allegria font in regular version. And now if you open this font, here we can see that Inter black version is displayed over here. So we're going to get the link of all these fonts from Google Fonts. Right here I'm in fonts.google.com, and let's search for the fonts. I'll just type Allegria, and let's select this font. And we need to have the regular version, which is 400. And let's scroll down, and let's also get this bold version right here. And then we need to have the font called Inter. So let's search for Inter, and here we have this Inter font. So let's open this, and for the Inter font we will have this semi-bold 600 and extra bold 800. So here we can see on the right side we have the fonts selected: Inter, semi-bold, extra bold, and Allegria, regular, and bold. Now if you scroll down, here we have the links that we can add. So if you want to add it inside CSS, you can just select this and copy this link. I'll just add it inside the HTML. So I'll just copy this link from here, and let's go back to our project. And here in the head section of our HTML file, I'll just add the link of the fonts. And let's go back to our web page, and everything looks all right. So with that, we have set up our project. Right now if you go to the Figma file, here we can see that we have different sections in our design. So the first section is the header section, and then we have this section over here, and we'll call it topics section. And then we have this section right here, and we'll just call it info section. And then we have this section which we will call blog section. And then we have the testimonial section, and then lastly we have the footer. So we'll create different components for each of these sections, and we'll also create a different component for this navbar. So let's go ahead and create those components. Let's go back to our VS Code, and we'll create a folder called components. So let's click on this new folder icon, and we'll create the components folder inside this src folder. So let's type components, and now in this components folder we'll create all the components. So for the components we will have CSS as well. Now we will separate the CSS of each components into its own different CSS files. So let's create folders for each of the components. So in the components, let's create a new folder, and I'll just name it navbar. And in the navbar folder, let's create a new file, and let's name it navbar.jsx. So this is our first component. Now let's create the CSS file of this navbar. So let's create a new file, and let's name it navbar.css. So here we can see this is the navbar component. Now let's go back to the components folder, and let's create a new folder, and I'll just name it header. Now in this header folder, let's create a new file, and let's name it header.jsx. So this is going to be the header component, and let's also create the CSS for the header. So let's create a new file, and let's name it header.css. So these are the two components in our website. Let's go back to our Figma file, and the next component is topics section. So let's go back and let's create a new folder over here inside the components, and let's name it topics. And let's create a new file, and let's name it topics.jsx. Let's also create the CSS. So let's type topics.css. And the next component is the info section. So let's go back to the components folder. Let's create a new folder called info. And let's create a new file called info.jsx. Let's create a new file called info.css. Now I'll just go ahead and speed up the process of creating all these components. Right here we have created the folders and files for each of the components. Now let's write the basic code for the components. So let's go over here to blog.jsx, and we'll just use the snippets from this extension right here called ES7 plus React. So you can just install this extension, and once you install that, you can just type RAFCE and press tab, and you'll have this basic code for the React component. And let's also import the CSS file over here. So it is called blog.css. So I'll just type import, and here I'll just type /blog.css. Now in the same way, you can go ahead and add the code for all these other components. So I'll just go over here to footer.jsx, and let's type RAFCE, and here I'll just import the footer CSS. So I'll just type import /footer.css, and let's go ahead and do it for all the other components. So I'll just speed up the process. Right, I have added the basic code for all these components. Now let's go ahead and let's try to import these components into our app.jsx file. So let's go to our app.jsx file, and now let's import one of these components into our app.jsx file. So for that, you have to type import, and you have to type a name for the component. So I'll just name it header. So we'll just import the header component, and we'll import it from this folder right here, components, and in that we have the header folder, and in that we have the header file. You don't need to specify the .jsx over here. Right, now let's go ahead and display that over here. So I'll just type header, and now if you go back to our website, here we can see it says header. So if you go back to the header component, this is the header component, and if we just update this, so let's type this is the header. And now if you go back to our website, here we can see it says this is the header. So now here we can add the code for this header section right here. Now if you go back to the app.jsx file, here we can see that we have to import all these components one by one. So this file will have a lot of code. So for that, we can go ahead and add an index.js file into this components folder. So let's do that, and in that way we can just import all the components with just one line of code in the app.jsx file. So let's go to the components folder, and let's create a new file called index.js. And what we can do over here is that we can import all the components over here inside this index.js file, and then we can just export all of those from this file. So let's type import header from header, and in that we have the header.jsx file. And let's go ahead and type import navbar from navbar.jsx. Then let's type import topics from topics, and import info, and let's go ahead and import blog, and let's import testimonials, and then lastly let's import footer. Now here we have also imported the navbar, so we don't need to import the navbar from here. We'll just import the navbar inside the header. So I'll just delete it from here. We will import the navbar inside the header component. So now let's go ahead and export all of these components from here. So let's type export, and I'll just create an object, and let's pass all of these components over here. So let's type header, topics, info, blog, testimonials, and footer. Now we can go back to our app.jsx file, and here we can just delete this line of code, and we can also delete this. And now let's go ahead and type import, and we will import something from, and here we need to type components. And now here we can specify all those components inside these curly braces. So let's type header, info, topics, blog, testimonials, and footer. Right, now let's go over here to the return, and let's just type, let's say, info. And now let's go back to our website, and now we can see it says info. So all these components are imported over here. Now we need to display multiple components inside this app.jsx file. So now here if we type header, and if I save this, we can see that we have this error right here. So if you go back to the website, here we have this error. So the problem is that you cannot have two elements as a return. You have to have just one element. So you can enclose all of this inside a div if you want. And if I just cut this ending tag from here, and if I just paste it over here, now if you save this, we don't have any errors. Now if you go back to our website, here we can see we have the info and the header. Now if you right click over here and go to inspect, and if you go inside the body, and if you go to this div, here we can see we have this outer div, and in that we have these two divisions. Now we don't want to have this outer div, so what we can do is we can add a React fragment. So let's go back to our app, and here I'll just remove this from here. Now this is basically a React fragment. Now if you go back to our website and if you go to the inspector, here we can see we have this body, and in that we have the root, and in that we have these two divisions. We don't have the outer div. Right, let's go back and let's add all the components over here. So first thing we need to have is the header, and then we need to have the topics section. So let's type topics, and then we need to have this info section. So let's type info, and then we have the blog section and testimonials and footer. So let's type blog, testimonials and footer. Right, now let's go back to our website, and here we can see all the components are displayed over here. Now the next thing we will do in this video is add all the assets to our project. Now in the setup video I had shown you how to export all these images from the Figma file. So once you have exported all these images from the Figma file, you can just go over here to the project and paste all of them inside this assets folder right here. So I'll just do that real quick. Right here I have copied and pasted all these images from the Figma file into this assets folder. Now let's go ahead and create an index.js file just as we did for the components for exporting all these images. So let's click on new file and let's type index.js, and here we need to import all these images. So let's type import, and for the bg element 1 let's type bg element 1, and then you have to type from, and here you have to add the link. So let's type bg-elements-1. So in the same way you can go ahead and import all these images into this index.js file. Right here we can see I have imported all these images. Now let's go ahead and export all these images. So let's type export, and here we can just type the names of all these images. So we can start with bg element 1. So let's type bg element 1, bg element 2, and so on. So I'll just go ahead and speed up the process. And here we can see I have exported all these images. Now here we can see we have also imported the 3 images of the blog. These are the 3 images. And we have also imported the images for the testimonials. Now for the final website, we don't need to have these 3 images imported and also these 3 images of the blog imported. But we are just importing it over here to style our page better. And later we'll just replace all these images from the images from Sanity IO. Right, with that we have completed creating all the components, and we have also added all the assets to our project. Right, here I'm in VS Code, and here this is the app.jsx file, and here we have imported all these components in the previous video. So let's go ahead and start writing the code for the header component. So let's go over here to components and let's open the header component. So it is inside header, header.jsx. So let's remove this text from here, and for the header we will have a header tag. So let's change this div into a header. Right now in this header, let's go ahead and let's go to our design and let's see what we need to have. The first thing we need to have is a container division which has a fixed width. So here we can see for each of these sections we have a fixed width. So here we can see this is the width of this section. We have the same width for all these sections. So what we will do is we'll create a division with the class of wrapper, and we will add that division to all these sections. So let's do that. So let's create a division, and we will give it a class name. So you need to type class name over here instead of class, and here we'll just type wrapper. Now in this division we will have all the content. So the first thing we need to have is this text right here called sound design master class. So let's go ahead and create a paragraph. And let's give it a class name of course name, and here let's type sound design master class. Now if we go back to our design, here we can see it says sound design master class. Right, the next thing we need to have is this text right here called learn the art of sound design, and for that we'll create an h1. So let's create an h1 over here, and let's type learn the art of sound design. And the next thing we need to have is this button right here, which has a text of demo lesson. So let's create an anchor tag for the button, and for the href I'll just type hash for now. And even for this, let's give it a class name of demo btn, and here I'll just type demo lesson. Now if you go back to our design, this is how it looks. Right now let's start styling this. So let's go back to our VS Code. Now before writing the CSS for the header, let's write some common CSS that will be used throughout the website. So we will add that CSS inside the index.css file. So here the first thing we will do is we'll create variables for the colors. So if we go back to our Figma design, and if we scroll up, here we can see we have these colors being used in our design. So we can go ahead and create variables for these colors. This is the black color, so we don't need to create variable for this, and this is the white color. So we'll just create variables for these 4 colors. So let's select this first color, and let's copy this hex code from here. And let's go back to our index.css file, and we'll create all the variables inside the root. So let's type :root. Now this can be accessed throughout the website. So let's create the variable. Now to create a variable, you can just type --, and the name of the variable. I'll just name it dark color, and let's set it equal to the code that we copied. Right now let's go ahead and create the variable for this red color. So let's copy this hex code from here, and let's create a variable called red color, and let's set it equal to the hex code. And then we need to have the variable for this color right here. So let's copy this code from here, and I'll just call this color pink color, and I'll just copy the code over here. And then lastly we have this yellow color. So let's copy this hex code, and let's type yellow color, and let's copy the code over here. Now the next thing we will do is we will set the box sizing to border box for all the elements, so that we have the correct height and width for all the elements. Now if you want to know more about border box, I have a video on that. You can check that out. I will leave the link in the description of this video. So let's select all the elements. You can just type asterisk, and let's also select the after and the before elements. So let's type asterisk ::, after, and asterisk : before, and let's set the box sizing to border box. Now the next thing we will do is we will set the margin of the body to 0. So right now we can see in the website we have this margin over here. So I'll just remove the margin. So let's type body, and let's set the margin to 0. Now we can see we don't have any margin. And let's also set a default font. So let's type font family, and let's set it to Inter and sans serif. Right now the next thing we will do is we will style the wrapper division. Now the wrapper division will be inside all the sections. So I'll just add the CSS over here. So let's type .wrapper, and for the wrapper we will set a max width. So if you go back to our Figma design, and if you take a look at this navigation bar, here we can see it has a width of 1024 pixels. Now this navbar has the same width of the wrapper. So let's go back to our wrapper, and here I'll just type max width, and I'll just set it to 1024 pixels. And we'll also bring it to the center. So let's type margin 0 for top and bottom, and auto for left and right. And the last thing we will do over here in this index.css file is we will remove the underlines from all the anchor tags. So here we can see for the anchor tag we have this underline. So I'll just type A and text decoration and set it to none. And now we don't have underlines for the anchor tags. Right now let's start adding the styles for the header. So we will go to the header.css file, and we will add all the styles for the header over here, so that all the CSS in our project is organized. So the first thing we will do is target the header, and we will set the min height of the header to 100 viewport height, which is 100% height of the browser window. So now if you go back to our design, we can see that the header has the full height, and we'll also set the width to 100%. And now we need to add a background image. So in our design we can see that we have this background image. So we will add the background image over here in the header. So let's tap background, and I'll just set it to URL. And for the background image, let's get the link of the background image. So I have saved it as heroimage.jpg. So this is the image. Now here we need to type .. because this is outside this header folder. And now we also need to go outside this components folder. So let's type .. Now we need to go into the assets folder, and in that we have the heroimage.jpg. Right now let's set the background size, and let's set the background size to cover, and let's set the background position, and let's set it to center. Now if you go back to our design, this is how it looks. Right now the next thing we will do is we will style all this content over here, and we need to bring it to the bottom right corner over here. So we will set the position of this to absolute. Let's go to the header component, and I'll just wrap all of this inside another division. So let's create a division, and I'll just give it a class of CTA for call to action, and cut this ending tag from here and paste it over here. Right now let's go ahead and set the position of this wrapper inside the header to relative, so that this CTA will be positioned relative to this wrapper. So let's type header wrapper, and let's set the position to relative. And now let's style the CTA division right here. So let's type header CTA, and let's set the position to absolute, and we will set the bottom position to 0 and the right position to 0. Now if you go back to our website, we can see that the content is not being displayed over here. That's because we don't have a height assigned to this wrapper. So let's set the height to 100 viewport height, and now we can see that the content is displayed over here on the bottom right corner of the screen. Right now let's add some styles. So let's go back to the Figma file, and let's select this rectangle. And now if you go to this inspect tab, and if you scroll down, here we have the CSS that we can add to our website. So right now the width is set to 453 pixels. I'll just round it to 450 pixels. So let's go to our CSS, and let's set the width to 450 pixels. And then we have the background color, and then we have the border width, and then we have the border style, border color, and all of these over here. So let's copy all these from here, and I'll just paste it over here. Now if you go back to our design, this is how it looks right now. We also need to add border radius. So here we can see we have a border radius of 20 pixels for these two corners and 0 for bottom left and bottom right. So let's copy this line of code, and I'll just paste it over here in the CSS. So now we have the border radius. Now let's add some padding. So if you take a look at this design, here we can see on the left side and the right side we have a padding of 40 pixels, and on the top we have a padding of 50 pixels. So let's go back to our CSS, and let's type padding, and let's set it to 50 for top and bottom and 40 pixels for left and right. So now we have the padding. Right now let's style this course name. So if you go to the header component, here we can see we have this paragraph with the class name of course name. So let's style that. Let's go to the Figma file, and let's double click on this text, and here we can see this is the CSS for this text. So here we have the font family set to Inter, but if you go to the index.css file, here we have already set the font family to Inter by default, so we don't need to add that style. Let's go back, and we need to copy the font weight, the font size. So let's copy these two lines of code, and let's paste it for the course name. So let's select this. Let's type header CTA course name, and let's paste the styles over here, and we'll also set the color of the text to white, and this is how it looks. Now if you go to the Figma file, here we also have this underline. So for that we will use the after selector. Let's go back to our CSS, and let's type header CTA course name : after, and let's type content. So for the after element we need to have a content property. So if we just type something over here, and if you go to the website, here we can see after our element we have the text displayed. So with the after selector you can add extra information to your content. So I'll just delete it from here, and we will add a rectangle. So for that we need to set the position of the course name to relative, so that we can position this after selector relative to this course name. So let's type position relative, and here we need to type position absolute, and let's go back to our Figma file, and let's select this rectangle, and we can see it has a width of 60 pixels and a height of 4 pixels. So let's copy these two styles, and let's paste it over here, and let's set the background color to var, and we have created this variable, and it is called red color. So let's add that over here. red color, and we'll set the left position to 0 and the bottom position to, let's try negative 10 pixels. Right now let's go back to our design, and this is how it looks. So it looks alright. Now let's style this h1. So let's go back to our JSX file, and for the h1 we don't have any class. We can just reference it from the CTA. So let's type header CTA h1, and now let's go back to our Figma file, and let's select this heading, and let's go to the inspect, and let's scroll down, and let's copy the CSS from here. So we need to have the font family set to Allegre and all these styles over here. So I'll just copy these from here, and let's paste it over here, and we can just remove this font style normal from here. And for the line height, let's add a percentage value. For now let's go back, and this is how it looks right now. So it looks alright. Let's change this into a percentage value. So I'll just change it to, let's try 120% or 140%, and I think that looks alright. Now the last thing we need to style is this button. So let's go back to our component, and for the button we have this anchor tag with the class name of demo btn. So let's target that over here. I'll just type header CTA demo btn, and let's go back to our Figma file. Let's double click on this rectangle for the button, and here we have the styles for the button. So here we need to copy the border radius, and let's paste it over here, and we need to set the background color to the red variable. Then we need to set the color of the text to white, and let's see how it looks right now. Right now let's go back to our Figma file, and let's select this text, and here we can see we have a padding of 10 pixels at the top and 32 pixels on the left and the right. So let's add the padding. Let's tap padding of 10 pixels and 32 pixels. And now let's see the styles for the font. So for the font we have font weight of 700 and font size of 16 pixels. So let's copy these two lines of code, and let's paste it over here. Let's go back to the index.html file, and let's see the fonts that we have imported. So we have imported Allegria 400 and 700, and for the enter we have imported 600 and 800. So we need to change this to 800. Right now let's go back to our design, and this is how it looks. So everything looks alright. So with that we have completed designing the header. So let's go to our code, and let's go to the header component, and we will add the navbar inside the header. So here I'll just type import, and we'll just call it navbar, and let's type from, and we want to import it from this folder right here. So inside the navbar folder we have this navbar.jsx file. So we need to get out of this header folder, so you have to type .. and let's go into the navbar folder, and we need to select the navbar. Right now we will add the navbar inside the wrapper of our header. So let's type navbar over here. So now the navbar has been added, and here we can see the text navbar. Now let's go ahead and create the navbar component. So let's go into the navbar.jsx file. Here we'll just remove this div from here, and we will add a nav element. Now in this nav element, the first thing we need to have is the logo. So here we can see in our design we have the logo over here on the left. So let's create an anchor tag for the logo, and for the href I'll just type hash for now, and let's also give it a class name of logo, and here let's type sound design. Now here we can see for sound design we have two different colors, so we will add this design into a new span so that we can style it differently. So here let's create a span, and let's give it a class name of red, and I'll just cut this ending tag from here, and I'll just paste it over here after the design. So this is the logo. Now let's go ahead and create these menu items. So for this we'll create an unordered list. So here let's go outside the anchor tag, let's create an unordered list, and in that we will have list items, and in the list items we will have anchor tags. And here for now I'll just type hash. Later we will change the links, and the first link we need to have is about. But if you scroll down here we can see that the first section is the course details section. So we'll just add course details first, and then we will add the about menu. So let's go back, and here let's type course details, and let's copy this list item from here, and I'll just paste it 3 more times. And the next one is about, so let's type about, and then we have blog, so let's type blog, and the next one is testimonials, so I'll just change this to testimonials. Alright, so that's basically it with the navbar. Now if you go back to our website, this is how it looks. Now let's style it using CSS. So let's go to the navbar.css file, and here we have already imported the CSS file. So let's go over here to navbar.css, and first of all let's style the nav element, and let's set the position of this to fixed, so that even if you scroll down, the navbar will stay at the top. Right now let's go back to our Figma file, and let's take a look at the CSS. So let's double click on this navbar, and let's go to inspect, and let's scroll down, and here we can see these are the styles we need. From here I'll just copy this width and I'll just paste it over here. And now let's go back to the Figma file, and from the top we need to have 24 pixels, and we also need to have the background color set to this RGBA value, and we also need to have the border radius and the backdrop filter. So let's copy all of this, and let's paste it over here, and we'll just remove this comment. Now if we go back to our design, this is how it looks. Right now the next thing we need to do is we need to have this logo on the left side, and we need to have all these menu items on the right side. So for that, let's set the display of this nav to flex. So let's type display of flex, and we need to type justify content to space between. Now we can see that the logo is on the left side and the menu items on the right side, and we'll also bring them to the center vertically. So we need to type align items to the center, and let's also add a z index so that it will always be on top of the other elements, and I'll just set it to 300. Right now let's style the UL. So this is the UL, and in that we have these list items. Now we want all of these to be one next to the other. Here we can see we have this UL, so let's target that. I'll just type nav UL, and let's set the display to flex, and now we can see all these elements are one next to the other, and we'll just remove the bullets. So I'll just type list style and set it to none, and we'll also remove the padding that comes by default with list items. And now we need to have a gap between these elements. So let's go back to our Figma file, and let's select this menu item, and here we can see we have a gap of 50 pixels. So let's go back, and let's type gap 50 pixels, and now we can see we have a gap of 50 pixels. Right now let's style these anchor tags. So let's go back, and let's target the anchor tags inside the UL. So let's go back to the CSS, and let's type nav ULLIA. First of all, let's set the color of the text to white, and now let's go back to the Figma file, and let's go to inspect, and let's see the styles. So we need to have the font set to Inter, and we have already set the font to Inter in the index.css file. So all the font is set to Inter by default, and the next thing we need to have is the font weight, and we need to set it to 800, and the font size is set to 16 pixels. So let's copy these 2 lines of code, and let's paste it over here. Right now let's go back to our website, and this is how it looks. Now let's add some padding to this nav element. So let's go to the nav element, and let's type padding, and if you go to the Figma file, here we can see we have a padding of 32 pixels. Let's type 32 pixels over here, and let's go back to our website, and this is how it looks. I think we can decrease the padding of top and bottom. So let's set the top and bottom padding to, let's try 16 pixels, and I think that looks alright. Right now the last thing we need to style in this navbar is the logo. So let's go back, and for the logo we have this anchor tag with the class name of logo. So let's go back to our CSS, and let's type a.logo, and we have the same styles for the logo as well. So I can just add the logo styles over here. So I'll just type a.logo, and now we can see we have the correct styles for the logo. Let's also style this second part over here, design. So for that you have to type a.logo red. So here we can see we have this class name of red for the second part, and here I'll just type color, and we'll set the color to the variable red that we created earlier. So now if you go back to our design, this is how it looks. So the navbar looks alright, and with that we have completed designing the navbar. So here I'm in my project, and let's go to the topics component. Let's open the topics.jsx file. Now the first thing we will do is we will change this div into a section. And the next thing we will do is we will import all the images that we need. So if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see we have this image, and on the left side we have all these images that we need to display when we hover over each of these topics. So let's go back and let's import all the images. So I'll just type import, and if you go to the index.js file inside the images folder, so this is the assets folder where we have all the images, and we have this index.js file, and here we are exporting all these images. So let's go back to the topics.jsx file, and let's import some images. So let's add curly braces from, and here we need to type .. because we need to get out of this topics folder, and then .. for getting out of the components folder, and then we have the assets folder. So this is where all the images are stored. Right now let's add the names of the images that we need to import. So if you go back to the Figma file, here we have all these topics, so we need to get the images of these topics. So let's go back and let's type frequencies, and then we have DAW, vocals processing, mixing. So let's type DAW, vocals processing, mixing, and mixing console and mastering. Right now let's scroll down, and here for the section we will add an ID, and let's give it an ID of topics, and we'll also give it a class name. Now if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see that for this section we have a black background color, and if you scroll down, for this section we have a pink background color. So whenever we need to have a black background color for the section, we will just add a class called black to that. So let's go back, and here let's give it a class name of black, and we will style it using CSS. So first of all, let's add all the elements we need. The first thing we will do is we will create the wrapper division, because we need to have all these elements inside a set width. So let's create a division, and let's give it a class of wrapper. Now in this, the first thing we need to have is the heading. So this is the heading, what will you learn. So for that, let's create an h2, and here I'll just type what will you learn. And then we have these list of topics. So for that, let's create a division, and let's give it a class of content container. Now in this, for all these topics, we'll create a UL, and in that we'll have list items, and in the list items we will type all these topics. So the first one is what are frequencies. Right now let's duplicate this list item, and let's paste it 5 more times. And I'll just quickly update all these topics. So here I have updated all these details. Now let's go ahead and create a division for this image. So I'll just create a division, and let's give it a class name of topic image, and here I'll just create an img tag, and we need to add a source over here. So let's type src. Now the source can be any of these images over here, so I'll just leave it blank as of now. And then lastly, we need to have this element over here. So let's go back, and here just after this division, let's create an img tag, and we need to add the bg element 1 image over here. So here I'll just import that as well, bg element 1. Now here let's type src, and I'll just set it to the bg element. So let's add curly braces, and let's type bg element 1, and we'll also give it a class name of bg element 1. Right now the last thing we need to do in this video is we need to display the correct images over here. Now for that we will use states in React. So here let's create a constant. Here you need to type current image, or you can name this anything you want, and we need to have a function to set this variable. So let's type set current image, and then we have to set it equal to use state. Now here you have to add the value that this should have by default. So by default we will have this image right here of frequencies, because that is the first topic. So here I'll just type frequencies. Now what we will do is we will use this state to set the current image to the correct image based on which list item we are hovering on. So for this list item, let's type on mouse enter, and here to add an arrow function, and you have to call the set current image from here. So let's type set current image, and we need to set it to the frequencies image because this list item is for the frequencies. So let's type frequencies over here. Now we will do the same for all the other list items. So let's copy this code from here, and I'll just paste it over here for the next list item. And here we need to display the DAW image, and let's paste it over here. And here we need to display the vocals processing image, and let's paste it over here. And here we'll just type mixing, and then we'll paste it over here, and here we'll just type mixing console. And then lastly we have mastering, so I'll just paste it over here, and let's type mastering. Now the last thing we need to do is we need to set the image source to the current image. So this current image will change based on the hover. So let's scroll down, and here for the src, let's type curly braces, and let's type current image. Now if you go back to our website, here we can see we have the first image displayed. Now if you hover over the second topic, we have the other image, then we have the other image, and here we can see all the hover effects are working alright. So with that, we have completed writing the code for the topics.jsx file. Right, this is our topics.jsx file, and we need to add the CSS inside this topics.css file. But before adding the CSS for this topics section, let's add some basic CSS for all the other components in our website. So if you go back to our Figma design, here we can see we have this heading, and if you scroll down, here also we have the heading, and here also we have the heading. Now for all these headings, we have the same styling. So we need to have the styles for this heading inside the index.css file, where we have all the global CSS. So let's go back, and let's go to the index.css file, and let's add some CSS over here. So I'll just type sections, and the first thing we will do is we will add some styles to the sections. So let's go back to our Figma file, and here if I click on this heading, and if I press option and hover over this upper area, here we can see we have a spacing of 80 pixels. So we need to add a padding of 80 pixels for all the sections. So let's go back, and let's type padding, and let's set it to 80 pixels top and bottom, and 0 for left and right. And for most of the sections we have a text color of white. So let's also set the color of the text to white for all the sections. Alright, now let's style the heading. So if you double click over here, and if you go to this heading text, and if you go to inspect, and if you scroll down, here we have the CSS for the heading. So I'll just copy these 3 lines of code from here, and let's add it to the heading. So if you go to the topics.jsx file, here we can see for the heading inside the section we are using an h2. So here let's type section h2, and let's paste the code over here. And if you go to the index.html file, let's see the weight. So for inter we are using 600 and 800. So let's change this to 800. And now let's go back to our website, and this is how it looks right now. Now before continuing with our styling, let's go ahead and change the background color of the section. So let's go back, and if you go to the topics.jsx file, here we can see for this section we also have a class name of black. So let's use that class name over here in the index.css file. So here I'll just type .black, and when we have this black class, we will add a background color of black, and now we can see that everything is being displayed. And while we are here, let's also add different background colors for different sections. So if you go to the Figma file, here we have this dark background color, and then we have this pink color, and then we have this dark background color. So let's go back, and here let's type dark gray, and here just add a background color of the dark variable that we have over here, dark color. So let's type var dark color, and then we have the pink section. So let's type pink, and here let's type background var pink. Right, now let's continue styling the heading. So here if you go back to our website, this is how the heading looks. Now if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see below the heading we also have another element. So we have this underline. So let's select this rectangle right here, and if you go to the inspect and if you scroll down, here we have the styles for that. So we will use an after selector for this underline. So let's go back to our CSS, and here let's type section h2 : after, and for the content I'll just type blank, and we need to position this after selector relative to this h2. So let's type position relative over here, and here let's type position absolute, and let's copy these two styles from here and let's paste it over here. And we need to set the background color to the variable which is red color, and let's also set the left position to 0 and the bottom position to, let's try, -10 pixels. So let's go to our website, and now we can see we have this underline and it looks alright. Now if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see there are two types of headings. We have a heading with this red underline, and then we have another heading with this yellow underline. So for that, let's go back and let's add some styles for that. Now for the headings, we will have a class of light for these yellow underlines. So I'll just type section h2.light : after, and when we have this light heading, then I'll just change the background color to var yellow color. Now if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see that the text is on the left side and the image is on the right side. So if you go to the topics.jsx file, here we have this division with the class of content container, and in that we have the UL and the image. So I'll just add a display of flex to this content container. So here I'll just type section content container, and we'll set the display to flex. Alright, that's it with the CSS for the index.css file. Now let's go to our topics.css file, and let's add the CSS of the topics section. So if you go back to the topics.jsx file, here we have this section with an ID of topics. So here let's type #topics, and let's go back to our website, and first of all let's resize the image. So here I'll just target the image. For the image we have this division with the class of topic image. So I'll just type .topic image img, and let's set the width to 550 pixels, and let's set the object fit to cover so that it has the correct proportions. Now we can see that the image looks alright. Right, now let's style this topics list. So if you go back to the JSX file, for the topics list we have a UL. Let's also give it a class name of topics list. Let's go back to the CSS file and let's target that. I'll just type topics list, and first of all let's remove the bullets. So let's type list style and let's set it to none, and we'll also remove the margin and the padding of the default list, and let's set a margin left. So if you go back to the original design, we can see we have some margin left over here for these list items. So let's type margin left, and I'll just set it to 24 pixels. Right, now let's style these list items. So let's go back and let's type #topics list li, and for the list items we have a different font. So we have this Allegria font. So I'll just type font family Allegria, and let's also set the other styles. So let's go back to the Figma file. Let's select this and let's scroll down, and let's copy the font size and the font weight, and I'll just paste it over here. And let's also add some margin between these elements. So let's type margin, and I'll just add a margin of 24 pixels top and bottom and 0 for left and right. And this is how the topics look right now. Now for the topics, we also have this red bullet over here. So if you go back to our CSS, we have already removed the bullets using list style of none. So we will use the before selector for adding our custom bullets. So let's type topics list li : before, and we need to position this relative to the topics. So here we need to type position relative, and here we need to first of all type content, and we'll just set it to blank, and let's set the position to absolute. and let's set the background color to variable of red color. And let's go back to the Figma file, and if we select this bullet, here we can see we have a width and height of 8 pixels. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here. And we also need to add border radius of 50% so that it has a round shape. And now if you go back to our website, we need to add some positioning. So let's set the left position to negative 24 pixels, and let's set the top position to 50%. Now it starts from the 50% mark. So we also need to type transform translate y negative 50%, and now we can see it is in the correct position. Now here we can see that the topics and the images are too close to each other. So if we go back to the JSX file, here we can see we have this content container division for the UL and the image. So let's target that. Let's type topics content container, and we will set the justify content to space between. And now we can see that the image is on the extreme right and the topics are on the left side, and we'll also align them to the center vertically. So let's type align items to the center, and let's also add a padding, and I'll just type 12 pixels, and I think that looks all right. Right now the last thing we need to do is we need to style this element right here. Now for that we have this image with a class name of bg element1. Now we need to position that relative to the wrapper of this topic section. So we need to set the position of the wrapper to relative. So here let's type topics wrapper position relative, and here let's type topics bg element1, and let's set the position to absolute, and we'll set the right position to negative 24 pixels, and let's set the bottom position to 0, and let's see how it looks. So this is how it looks, and I think it looks all right. So with that we have completed styling the topics section. Right here I'm in my source code, and let's go to the info folder and let's open the info.jsx file, and here we can see we have already imported the info.css file, and let's go ahead and start creating this component. So if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see we have this element over here on the top left, and then we have this icon and this info, and then we have another set of icon and info. So let's go ahead and let's see how to structure that. Let's go back to our VS Code, and first of all I'll just change this div into a section, and we'll also give it an ID of info, and we'll also give it a class name. Now in the previous video we added some styles to all the sections. So if you go to the index.css file, here we can see we have different classes. We have this black class, and in that we have a background color of black, and then we have this dark gray class, and for that we have the dark color as the background. So if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see for this section we need to have the dark color. So let's go back and let's go to the info.jsx file, and let's give it a class name of dark gray. Now for this section also we need to have a fixed width. So let's go over here and let's create a division, and we will give it a class of wrapper, because for the wrapper we have set a fixed width. Now for the content, let's create a division and let's give it a class name of content container. And if you go back to the index.css file, here we can see that for the content container we have set a display of flex, and so the elements inside the content container will be one next to the other. So let's go back to the info component. Now for this content, let's create a division with the class of info content. So let's create a division and let's give it a class name of info content. And in that we need to have this student icon, then we need to have this text and this text right here. So first of all let's import these two images. So if you go to the assets folder and if you go to the index.js file, here we can see we have exported all these images, and here we have this video icon and we also have student icon. So we need to import these two images. So here let's import them. Let's type import and let's type student icon and video icon from assets, and let's add that over here. So here let's create an img tag, and for the src let's type student icon, and let's close this over here. And the next thing we need to have is the number of students. So I'll just create a division and I'll just give it a class name of amount, and Here let's type 23,000 plus. And then we have the text students. So for that, let's create a division, and let's give it a class name of type, and here let's type students. So now if we go back to our browser, this is how it looks. Right now let's add the other info content. So let's copy this division and let's paste it down here. Now here, instead of student icon, we need to type video icon, and then we need to have 26 hours. So let's type that over here. And then we need to have video content. So let's type video content. Right now, lastly, we need to have this image right here. So let's import that as well. So we need to have an image called bg element 2. So let's type bg element 2. And here outside this division, let's create an img tag. And for the src, let's type bg element 2. And let's also give it a class name of bg element 2. And I think that's it with the info.jsx file. And here we can see that all the elements in our component are displayed over here. Now let's style it using CSS. So let's go to the info.css file, and let's add the styles over here. So we have a section with an ID of info, and in that we have this info content. So let's style that. Let's type hash info.info content. And for this, we will set the display to flex, and we'll set the flex direction to column. And let's also set the align items to the center. And let's set the width to 100%. And let's also add some gap between these elements. So let's set a gap of, let's try 4 pixels. Right now, let's style this amount. So let's go to our Figma file, and let's select this text, and let's go to inspect, and let's scroll down. And here are the styles. So let's copy the font size and the font weight. And let's go back and let's select the element. So we have this division with the class of amount. So let's tap info content amount, and let's copy the styles over here. And I think the font weight should be set to 800 because that's what we have imported in the index.html file. So here we can see 800. So I'll just type 800 over here. Right now, let's go back to the Figma file, and let's select this text, and these are the styles. We need to change the font family to Allegria. So let's copy these styles, and let's go back, and here we have this division with the class of type. So let's type info content type, and let's paste the styles. I'll just remove this font style, and here I'll also add serif as a backup font. Right now, if we go back to our website, this is how it looks. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to style this element right here. So we will position it relative to the wrapper of this section. So here we can see we have this division with the class of wrapper. So let's select that. I'll just type hash info wrapper, and let's set the position to relative. And now let's select this bg element 2. So let's type hash info bg element 2, and let's set the position to absolute, and we'll set the top to 0 and the left to 0. And here we can see this is how it looks. So with that, we have styled the info section. Right here I'm in the source code, and let's go to the blog component. So let's open this folder, and let's click on blog.jsx. The first thing we will do is we will change this division into a section, and I will also give it an ID of blog, and let's also give it a class name. So since we have pink color for this section, we will give it a class name of pink because we have set the class names over here in the index.css file. So here we can see for the pink class we have this background color of pink. So let's go ahead and first of all let's create a division with a class of wrapper, because for this also we need to have a fixed width. So let's create a division, and let's give it a class name of wrapper. Now in this, the first thing we need to have is this heading. So let's create an h2 for that, and we'll also give it a class name of light, and here we'll just type latest posts. Now here we have given it a class name of light because if you go to the index.css file, here for the heading we can see that we have a heading with a class of light, and when we have the light class, for the underline we are having a yellow color. So if you go back to the Figma file, here for this heading we have this yellow underline, but for all the other headings we have this red underline. So that's why we are adding this class of light for this H2. So if you go back to the website, here we can see we have the correct underline for the heading. Right, now let's add the other elements. So if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see we have these 3 different posts. And first of all, let's create a container division, and we'll just give it a class of content container. Now for each of these posts, I'll just create divisions with a class of post. So let's create a division and let's give it a class name of post. Now in this post, the first thing we need to have is this tag. So let's create a division and let's give it a class name of tag. And first of all, we need to type DOR. And the next thing we need to have is this thumbnail. So for that, let's create an anchor tag. And in this anchor tag, we will have the image, so that whenever the user clicks on this image, they'll be taken to that post. Now let's create an img tag. And here we need to add the first image. So if you go to the assets folder, here we can see we have these 3 different images, blog 1, blog 2, and blog 3. So let's import them over here. So I'll just type import and let's type blog 1 and blog 2 and blog 3. And let's add them over here. So for the first one, let's type blog 1. And then we need to have this heading. So I'll just copy this heading from here. And let's create an anchor tag. And in that we will have an S3. And let's give it a class name of post title. And let's paste the title over here. Right, that's it with the first post. So I'll just copy this post from here. And I'll just paste it 2 more times for the other 2 posts. Now for the second post, we have the tag as mixing, and then we have this title. So let's change this to mixing. And here we'll just change the image to blog 2, and I'll just change the title to the second title. And then lastly, we have Vox as the tag. So here let's type Vox, and here I'll just type blog 3, and I'll just change the title. And then lastly, we need to have this button right here. So let's go outside this division, which is the content container division, and let's create a division, and let's give it a class name of btn container. And in that we'll create an anchor tag, and let's also give it a class name of all posts button. And here I'll just type all posts. Alright, now let's go back to our browser, and this is how it looks. Alright, now let's style this using CSS. So let's go to our CSS file, which is blog.css. Now if you go to the index.css file, here we can see for the content container, we have set the display to flex. Now for the content container of the blog component, we need to change this to a grid. That's because if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see for the blog component, for the tablet, we have a different kind of layout for the blog component. And this will be easily accomplished with display of grid. So let's go back and let's go to the blog.css file, and here let's type hash blog content container, and let's set the display to grid. And now we need to have 3 columns. So let's type grid template columns, and let's just set it to 1fr, 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 which means 3 columns with the same width. And let's go back to the Figma file, and let's see what is the gap. So we have a gap of 40. So let's see how it looks. Let's go back and let's tap gap, and let's set it to 40 pixels. And let's go back to our browser, and we also need to change the width of the image. So let's go back and let's do that. Let's type blog post img. Now here we will set the width to 100%, and for the height, let's see what's the height in the Figma design. So let's select this image, and here we can see we have a height of 159. Let's just round it to 160. So just type height of 160 pixels, and we'll also set the object fit to cover so that it has the correct proportions. Now if you go back to our browser, here we can see this is how the website looks. Right, now let's style the post division. So here we can see we have this division with the class of post, and in that we have all the content of the post. So let's select that. Let's type blog post, and first of all let's set the background color to white, And let's go back to the Figma file, and let's select this division right here. And here we can see we have a border radius of 10 pixels. So let's go ahead and add a border radius of 10 pixels. Right, let's go back to our browser, and this is how it looks. Right, now we need to style the tag. So here we can see we have this tag. We need to set the position of this tag relative to the post division. So for the tag, we have this division with the class of tag. So here I'll just type blog post tag, and let's set the position to absolute. And here for the container division, let's add a position of relative. And now let's go back to the Figma file, and let's select this tag. And let's go to the inspect, and here we have the styles. So let's copy these styles from here, and I'll just paste it over here. And we also need to set the color of the text to black. And here we can see we have the tag displayed. Now we also need to add a background color. So let's type background, and let's set it to white. And if you go back to the Figma file, and if we select this rectangle, here we can see we have a border radius of 10 pixels. And we also have the top and the right positions set to 8 pixels. And we also have a padding of 0 and 16 pixels. So let's copy all these styles. So let's paste it over here. And let's copy these two styles. Let's paste it over here. And we also need to copy this border radius. And let's paste it over here. And here let's also type serif as a backup font. And we'll just remove this font style normal from here. So let's go back to our browser. And here we can see this is how the tag looks right now. Now here we can see we have these rounded corners for the post division. But for the top left and top right, we don't have rounded corners. That's because there is this image on top of this post division. So for that, we need to go back to the post division, and here we need to type overflow and set it to hidden. And now we can see we have this border radius displayed. Let's also add a hover effect to these posts. So here let's type blog post :hover, and let's type transform scale, and let's set the scale to 1.04. And we'll also have a smooth transition, so I'll just type transition all to 400 milliseconds ease. And let's go back, and now we can see we have this hover effect. Right, now let's style this post title. So if you go back to the blog.jsx file, here we can see we have this s3 with the class of post title. So here let's type blog post title, and let's go back to the Figma file, and let's copy the styles. And here we can see these are the styles. So I'll just copy these styles from here, and let's paste it over here. I'll just remove font style normal, and here I'll just add serif. And this is how the title looks right now. Now we also need to add some padding to the left and right. So let's go back to the Figma file. And here we can see on the left we have a padding of 24 pixels, and on the top we have a padding of 16 pixels. So let's go back and let's do that. Here let's type padding and 16 pixels top and bottom, and 24 pixels left and right. Now here we can see we have a lot of spacing. That's because of the margin of the heading. So here let's type margin, and I'll just set it to 0. And I think that's it with the styling of the posts. Now let's style this button. Now for the button, here we can see we have this division with the class of button container. Now here let's just select that blog button container. Now here if I just add a background color, here we can see that this is the button container division. Now we need to bring this button to the right side. So I just set the display to flex and justify content to right. And now we can see that the button is on the right side. Now let's style this button. So for the button, we have this anchor tag with a class name of all posts btn. So let's select that. I'll just type blog all posts btn. And let's go to the Figma file, and let's select this button. And here we can see we have these styles. So I'll just copy these styles from here, and let's go back and let's paste it over here. Let's remove this font style normal, and let's also add serif. Now let's go back, and here we can see we have a padding of 32 pixels on the left and the right, and 4 pixels for the top and bottom. So let's add the padding. Just a padding of 4 pixels and 32 pixels. Right, now let's select this rectangle, And here are the styles for the rectangle. So here we can see we have a border radius of 10 pixels and this white background color. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here. And if you hover over this, here we can see we have a margin of 30 pixels from the top. So let's type margin top of 30 pixels. Right now let's go back to our browser and this is how it looks. Let's also change the color of the text. So let's change the color to black. And let's go back and this is how it looks. So with that we have styled the blog component. Now here we have directly added all this content in the component itself. But later in this course I'll show you how to get all this data from a content management system. Right here I'm in my source code and let's go to the testimonials component. So here we have this folder called testimonials and in that we have this file called testimonials.jsx. So the first thing we will do is we will change this div into a section and we'll also give it an ID of testimonials. And let's also give it a class name so that we have the correct color. So we have this dark background color over here. So let's give it a class name of dark gray. Right now for this testimonial section also we need to have a fixed width. So let's create a division and let's give it a class of wrapper. Now in this wrapper the first thing we need to have is this heading. So let's create an h2 and let's type what our students say. The next thing we need to do is we need to create these three elements over here. So for that let's create a division and let's give it a class name of content container. Now in that for each of the testimonials I'll just create a division with the class of testimonial. So let's type div class name of testimonial. Now in this testimonial the first thing we need to have is this image. So first of all let's import the image over here inside this component. So here in the assets folder we have this index.js file where we are exporting all the images. So for the testimonial we have these images testimonial 1, 2 and 3. So let's import those images over here. So just type import testimonial 1, testimonial 2 and testimonial 3 from assets. Right now here let's add the image. So I'll just create an img tag and for the src let's type testimonial 1. And the next thing we need to have are these details. So for that let's create a division and let's give it a class of reviewer details. And here the first thing we need to have is the name. So let's create a division and let's give it a class name of name. And here I'll just type Peter Adams. And then here we can see we have this review. But before that let's also add the company name. Now we haven't added it in the design but we need to add the company name. So I'll just copy this testimonial and I'll just create a division with the class of review and I'll just paste it over here. And before this let's also create a division and let's give it a class name of company name and let's add a company name. I'll just type Google. Right now if you go back to our browser, here we can see this is our first testimonial. Right now let's go ahead and I'll just copy and paste this testimonial division and I'll just paste it 2 more times. And for the second one let's change the image source to testimonial 2 and let's change the name. So I'll just change the name to Robert Fox and let's copy this testimonial from here. And let's paste it over here. And we also need to change the company name. So here I'll just type Instagram. And then for the third one let's change the image to testimonial 3 and let's go back and let's copy this testimonial from here and we need to change the name to Emily Smith. So let's do that and let's paste the testimonial over here and let's change the company name. I'll just type Apple. And with that we have added the content of the testimonial section. Now here we can see we have added all of this in the component itself, but later we will see how to get all this data from a content management system. But for now let's go ahead and style this. So we have already imported the testimonials.css file over here. So let's go to the file and first of all let's target the content container, and we need to set a margin top to this. So let's type hash testimonials content container, and let's type margin top and let's set it to 50 pixels. Now for the testimonials, let's set a width. So let's go to our Figma file and let's select one of these testimonials, and let's see what is the width. So here we can see we have a width of 264 pixels. So let's select the testimonial division. So here we have this division with the class of testimonial. So I'll just type hash testimonials testimonial, and let's set the width to 264 pixels. Now we need to spread this across our entire width. So for that, let's go back to the content container and let's type justify content and let's set it to space between. And now if you go back here, we can see that everything is spaced correctly. Right now let's style the image. So let's select the image. Let's type testimonials testimonial img, and let's go back to the Figma file and let's select one of these images. And here we can see for the image we have a height and width of 100 pixels, and we also have a border radius of 10 pixels. So let's copy these styles. So let's copy this height and width and let's paste it over here, and let's also set a border radius of 10 pixels. Right now let's style the name. So let's go back to the Figma file and let's select this name, and here are the styles. So let's go ahead and copy and paste these styles, and let's paste it inside the name selector. So here we can see we have this division with the class of name. So I'll just type hash testimonials testimonial name, and let's paste the styles over here, and I'll just delete this font style, and let's also add serif over here. Let's go back to our browser, and this is how it looks. We'll also add some margin top. So if you go back to the Figma file, and here we can see we have a margin top of 16 pixels. So let's do that. Let's go back and let's type margin top 16 pixels, and this is how it looks. Right now let's style the company name. Now for the company name, we don't have any styles over here in the Figma file, so let's add our own styles over here. So for that we have this division with the class of company name. So let's type testimonials testimonial company name, and I'll just set the font size to 13 pixels, and let's set the text transform to uppercase, and we'll also set a padding of 6 pixels and 0, and I'll just set the opacity to 0.7, and this is how the company name looks. Right now the last thing we need to do is style this review. So let's add the selector over here. For that we have this division with the class of review. So let's type testimonials testimonial review, and let's go back to our Figma file and let's select this review, and let's get the styles from here. So let's copy these lines of code from here, and I'll just paste it over here, and I'll just add serif over here. And now let's go back to our browser, and this is how it looks. We will also add some margin top. So let's type margin top, and I'll just set it to 4 pixels, and I think that looks alright. Right, so with that we have styled our testimonial section. Right here I'm in my source code, and let's go to the footer component. So here we have this folder called footer, and that we have this file called footer.jsx. So first of all, let's change the div to a footer. For the footer we have a background color of black, so let's also add a class name of black over here. So if you go back to the index.css file, here we can see we have already created this class, and for that we have a background color of black. Alright, let's go back to the footer. Now even for the footer we need to have a fixed width. So for that let's create a division, and let's give it a class name of wrapper. And that for the content, let's create a division with the class of content container. Now here we can see we have 3 sections, and for each of these let's create divisions with the class of links. So let's go back and Let's create a division and let's give it a class name of links. Now in this, the first thing we need to have is this logo. So let's create an anchor tag, because for the logo we need to also have a link. So I'll just type hash for now, and we'll also give it a class name of logo, and here I'll just type sound design. Now if you open the Navbar component, here we can see we already have created this HTML for the logo. So I'll just copy this from here, and let's go back to the footer and I'll just paste it over here. So now if you go back to our browser, here we can see that the styles are already added. So let's go back, and the next thing we need to have are these three icons. So for that, let's go ahead and create a container division. Let's create a division with a class name of social icons. Now for each of the social icons, we need to have anchor tags. So let's create an anchor tag, and here you can add the link of the social media account, and here we need to add the images. So let's import the images over here inside our footer.jsx file. So if you go to the assets folder, here we can see we have these images which have the names of Instagram logo, Facebook logo, and Twitter logo. So let's import all of that over here. I'll just type import Instagram logo, Twitter logo, and Facebook logo from assets. So the first thing we need to have is the Facebook logo. So here I'll just type img, and in the src let's type Facebook logo, and I'll just copy this anchor tag and paste it 2 more times. And the second one is the Twitter logo. So let's type Twitter logo, and then we have Instagram logo. Right now let's go outside this division, and the next thing we need to have is this copyright info. So I'll just copy this text from here, and I'll just create a division, and let's give it a class name of copyright, and here I'll just paste the text. I'll just change this to 2023. Right, that's it with the first set of links. Now let's create another division, and let's give it a class name of links, and here we need to have these elements. So first of all, we need to have a heading. So I'll just create an S3, and here I'll just type quick links, and then for each of these links I'll just create a UL, and that will have list items, and in that we'll have anchor tags, and here we need to type blog, and let's copy this list item and let's paste it down here, and here we need to type privacy policy. Right now we need to have another links division, so let's go outside this division and let's create another division. Let's give it a class name of links, and let's go back to the Figma file, and here we have the contact information. So let's create an S3. Let's type contact us, and we'll create unordered list items, and for the first one let's type anchor tag, and here I'll just copy and paste this email ID, and then let's create one more list item and anchor tag, and I'll just copy and paste this phone number and paste it over here. And with that we have completed writing the code for the footer.jsx file. Now let's add the styles. So first of all, let's go to our browser and let's see how it looks. So this is how it looks right now. So we have already imported the footer.css file, so let's open that file and let's start styling this. First of all, let's style the content container. So let's type footer content container. Let's add some padding. So if you go back to the Figma file, and if you select this heading, and if you take a look at this padding, here we can see we have a padding of 50 pixels from the top. So let's go back and let's type padding 50 pixels top and bottom, and 0 for left and right. Right now let's style these social media icons. So for that we have a division with a class name of social icons. So here I'll just type footer social icons, and let's go back to the Figma file and let's see what is the gap between these elements. So here we can see we have a gap of 16 pixels. So just go back and I'll just set the display to flex, and let's give it a gap of 16 pixels. Let's go back to our browser, and this is how it looks. Let's also give it some margin. So I'll just tap margin and let's set it to 24 pixels. top and bottom, and 0 for left and right. And this is how it looks. Right now let's style the copyright text. So let's go back and let's go to the Figma file and let's select this and let's get the styles. So here I'll just copy all these styles from here and I'll just paste it for the copyright division. So here we have this division with the class of copyright. So I'll just have footer, copyright, and let's paste the styles over here, and I'll just add serif over here. Now for all the text inside our footer, we need to set the color to white. So here I'll just type footer A and I'll just set the color to white. And even for the copyright, let's set the color to white. And now let's add a text color to all the headings. So let's select one of these headings from here. And here we can see for the heading we have a pink color. So let's do that. Let's select all the headings. I'll just type footer S3 and let's type color and I'll just set it to the pink variable that we created. So just type var pink color, and now we can see we have the color for the headings. Now let's select the headings and let's also add the other styles. So here we have these styles. I'll just copy these styles from here and let's paste them into the heading. And I'll just type serif. So here we have the headings. Now here we can see all these elements are one below the other. So let's select the content container inside the footer. And here we have already selected it. So let's set the display to flex. And we'll also set the justify content to space between so that all of them are positioned correctly. So if you go back to our browser, here we can see this is how it looks. And here we can see for the headings we also have some margin. So let's remove the margin. So let's go back to the heading and here let's type margin 0. And now we can see it looks alright. Now for all these anchor tags we'll also add a hover effect. So when we hover over these anchor tags we will add underlines. Here let's type footer A : hover. And when we hover over this, let's set a text decoration to underline. And now we can see when you hover over this we have the underline. Right now let's style the UL. So here we can see we have created this UL for each of these links. So let's target that. I'll just type footer links UL. And first of all let's remove the bullets. So I'll just type list style to none. And let's also remove the default padding. And we'll also remove the default margin. So let's type margin 0. Right now let's style these list items. So let's go back to the Figma file and let's select this. And here are the styles. So I'll just copy these styles from here. And I'll just paste it over here for the list items. I'll just type footer links ULLI. And let's paste the styles over here. Now we also need to have some gap between these list items, and we also need to add some margin to the left. So here we can see we have some margin to the left. So let's do all of that. Here let's type margin and we'll just set it to 8 pixels from the top and bottom and 16 pixels left and right. So now we can see it looks alright. And that's it with the footer. So with that we have completed designing the desktop version. So here we have the header, we have the topic section, the info section, the blog section, the testimonial section, and the footer. So everything is completed. Now in the previous video we completed designing the desktop version. Now in this video we will start making it responsive. So we have the tablet version and also the smartphone version over here. Right here I'm in my source code, and the first thing we will do is we will add some media queries to the index.css file. So let's open the index.css file. And here we have some basic styling that applies throughout the website. So here let's add some media queries. So first of all I'll just create a media query. So just type at media and we'll set the max width to 1040 pixels. So whenever the screen width is less than 1040 pixels, all the CSS in this block will be added to our design. So let's go back to our browser and I'll just open the inspector and I'll just minimize it. And now if we decrease the width of the browser window, we can see that the height and the width of the browser window is displayed on the top right corner. So let's set a width of less than 1040 pixels. So I'll just bring it till here. So now we have a width less than 1040 pixels. Now this will be for the tablet version. So if you scroll down, here we can see that the wrapper division, which contains all of this content, has a fixed width. So if you go back to our CSS and if you scroll up, here we can see for the wrapper we have set a max width of 1024 pixels. Now for the tablet version we'll just change this width. So let's scroll down and here let's tap wrapper, and I'll just set the max width to 694 pixels. And now if we go back to our browser, now we can see that we have the correct width for the wrapper. Right, that's it with the global CSS of our tablet version. Now let's write some CSS for the smartphone version. So here I'll just type a comment. I'll just type tablet version, and here let's type smartphone version, and here let's add a media query. So I'll just type at media, and I'll just set the max width to 720 pixels. So whenever the screen width is less than 720 pixels, all the CSS in this block will be added to our design. Right now when we are on a smartphone version, we'll just add some padding to the wrapper. So I'll just type wrapper, and I'll just set the padding to 0 for top and bottom and 32 pixels left and right. And now let's decrease the width of the browser window. And now we can see we have a padding of 32 pixels for the wrapper. So here we can see the padding. Let's add some other styles. So let's go back to the Figma file, and for the smartphone let's select this heading, and if you go to inspect and if you scroll down, here we can see we have a font size of 24 pixels. So for the smartphone version we need to decrease the font size of the heading. So let's go back and let's select all the headings inside the section. So I'll just type section H2, and let's set the font size to 24 pixels. And now we can see we have a smaller font size. Now when we have a smaller font size, we also want to change the position of this underline. We need to bring it to the top a little bit. So let's go back and let's target the underline. So the underline is basically an after selector. So here we can see we have this after selector. So I'll just select that. I'll just type section H2 : after. And if you go back to the Figma file, and if I select this rectangle, here we can see we have a width of 50 pixels. So let's add that over here, 50 pixels. And I'll just set the bottom position to 0. And now we can see this is how it looks. So the heading looks alright. Right, that's it with all the global CSS. Now let's go ahead and write the CSS for all these sections. Now what we will do is we will style the header section later, because we also need to add the mobile navigation menu of the smartphone version to this. So what we will do is in this video we will just create the tablet and the smartphone version of all the other sections. So let's start from this section right here, which is the topics section. So let's go back to our source code and let's open the topics section. So here we have the topics section, and let's go to the CSS file, and here let's create a comment, and I'll just type tablet version. Here I'll just type at media, and we will set a max width of 1040 pixels. Now what we will do is when we are on a tablet version, we'll just decrease the width and the height of the image. So right now we can see that this is the width and the height of the image. So let's go ahead and let's target this image. So the image is inside the topic image division. So if you scroll up, here we can see the selector. So here we can see topics, topic image img. So just copy the selector from here, and let's paste it over here. And let's set the width of the image to, let's try 385 pixels, and let's set the height of the image to 280 pixels. Right, now let's go back to our design, and this is how it looks. So the tablet version looks alright for the topic section. Right, now let's style the smartphone version. So let's decrease the width of the browser window. And when we are on a smartphone, we don't need to display the image. So here we can see for the smartphone version, we don't have the image displayed over here. So here let's create a comment. I'll just type smartphone version, and here let's type at media, max width of 720 pixels. And let's go ahead and copy this selector from here, and I'll just paste it over here, and we'll just set the display of the element to none so that the image is not being displayed. So now we can see that the image is not being displayed. Now we also need to position this element correctly. So for that we have this selector, topics bg element 1. So I'll just copy this selector from here and I'll just paste it down here. And for this I'll just set a right position. And if you go back to the Figma file and if we select this, here we can see from the right side we have a spacing of 32 pixels. So let's type right 32 pixels, and this is how it looks. So the smartphone version looks alright, and the tablet version is also looking alright. Right now let's move on to the next section. So let's scroll down, and this is the info section. Now for the info section, we don't want to change anything in the tablet version. So if you decrease the width of the browser window, this is how it looks. Now we need to change it in the smartphone version. So if you go to our Figma file, here we can see in the tablet version we don't have any changes. Now in the mobile version we need to bring these elements one below the other. So let's go back and let's go to the info.css file, and let's create a comment. I'll just type smartphone version, and here let's type at media max width, and let's set it to 720 pixels. Right now let's select the container division. So if you go to the info.jsx file, here we can see we have this container division with the class of content container, and in that we have these two info content divisions. So what we will do is we'll just select that division. So let's type hash info content container. Now if you go back to the index.css file, here we can see for the content container we have already set the display to flex. So let's go back to the info file. Now here we can directly type flex direction and set it to column. And now we can see if we decrease the width of the browser window, now we can see both these elements are one below the other. Now let's also add some gap between these elements. So if you go back to the Figma file and if you select this element, here we can see we have a gap of 80 pixels. So let's go back and let's type gap of 80 pixels. Right now let's make some more changes. So let's go back to the Figma file, and if you select this image, here we can see for the image we have a height of 100 pixels. So let's go back and let's select the image. So if you go back to the info.jsx file, here we can see we have this img tag. So let's select that. I just type info content container img, and let's set the height to 100 pixels. Right now let's go back to our Figma file and let's select this heading, and for that we have a font size of 32 pixels. So let's change that. So here we can see this is the amount. So let's copy this selector from here and I'll just paste it down here, and I'll just set the font size to 32 pixels. And then we need to change the font size of the next element, which is this text. So for that we have a font size of 24 pixels. So let's go back and let's copy the selector of that. So this is the selector. I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it down here, and let's set the font size to 24 pixels, and this is how it looks. Let's also bring this element to the right a little bit. So we will have a gap of 32 pixels from the left. This is the selector. I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it down here, and let's set the left position to 32 pixels. And now we can see everything looks alright. Right now let's move on to the next section, which is the blog section. Now for the blog section we need to have a different layout for the tablet version. So let's go to the blog.css file and let's create a comment. I'll just type tablet version, and let's type at media max width of 1040 pixels. And now let's go back to our Figma file and let's take a look at the tablet version. So here we can see for the tablet version we need to display two of these blog posts at the top, and then we need to display the third blog post at the bottom, and we need to have this full width for that. So let's do that. Let's go back And if you scroll up, here we can see for the content container, we have set the grid template columns to 1FR, 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 which means 3 columns. So I'll just copy this selector from here and I'll just paste it down here. And here I'll just type grid template columns and I'll just set it to 1FR, 1FR, which means 2 columns. So now we can see there are 2 columns over here. But for the third element, we need to have full width. So for that, let's go back and let's select the last post. So here we can see we have this division with the class of post. So we need to select the last post. So here I'll just type hash blog post colon nth child, and here I'll just type 3. So this will select the third child, and for that you have to type grid column and you have to type 1 by 3. So this will set the full width for the third element. And now we can see this is how it looks. Right, that's it with the tablet version. Now let's go ahead and style the mobile version. So I'll just decrease the width of the browser window. And let's go back to our Figma file. And here we can see for the mobile version we have all these elements one below the other. So let's go back to our CSS and I'll just type at media max width of 720 pixels. And I'll just copy this selector and paste it down here. And here I'll just type grid template columns and I'll just set it to 1FR, which means 1 column. And now we can see we have just 1 column, but since we had added this grid column of 1 by 3 for this element, these 2 elements are displayed in a different way. So I'll just copy this from here and paste it down here for the mobile version. So here I'll just add a comment. I'll just type smartphone version. And here I'll just change the grid column to 1 by 2. Now let's go back. And now we can see everything looks alright. So with that we have styled the mobile version of the blog section. Now let's go ahead and move on to the next section, which is the testimonials section. So let's go back to our project and let's open the testimonial.css file. And let's create a comment. I'll just type tablet version and let's type at media max width of 1040 pixels. Right, now let's go back to our Figma file and let's see how the testimonial section is displayed. So this is the tablet version and we can see all the testimonials are displayed one below the other. So let's go back and let's copy the container division. So I'll just copy this selector from here and I'll just paste it down here. And here I'll just set the flex direction to column. And now we can see all these testimonials are one below the other. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to display the image on the left side and this content on the right side. So if we go back to the Figma file, here we can see we have the image on the left and the text content on the right side. So if you go to the testimonial.jsx file, this is how the testimonial section is constructed. Here we have this division with the class of testimonial, and in that we have the image and then we have this division which contains all the text content. So I'll just go ahead and set the display of the testimonial to flex. So let's tap hash testimonials, testimonial, and let's set the display to flex. And here we can see we have a gap of 28 pixels. So let's tap gap 28 pixels. And if you scroll up here, we can see for the testimonial, we have set a fixed width. So here I'll just type width and I'll just set it to 100%. Now let's go back to our browser. So this is how it looks. Now the next thing we will do is we will have some gap between these testimonials. So if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see we have a gap of 50 pixels. So let's go back and here for the content container, let's type gap and let's set it to 50 pixels. And now let's go back and this is how it looks. Now if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see from the left we have some margin and from the top also we have some margin. So let's go back and here I'll just type margin left and I'll just set it to 20 pixels and margin top and I'll just set it to 50 pixels. So this is how it looks. Right, now let's go ahead and style the smartphone version. So let's decrease the width of the browser window. And for the smartphone version, let's go back to our Figma file and let's see how it is designed. So here we can see all these elements are in the center. So let's go back and let's create a comment. I'll just type smartphone version. Let's type at media, max width of 720 pixels. And we need to bring the text content to the bottom of the image. So let's select the testimonial division. So I'll just copy this selector and paste it over here. And here I'll just type flex direction and set it to column. And we'll also align items to the center. So now we can see that the image is on the top and the text content at the bottom. Now let's go back to our Figma file and let's see what is the gap. So here we can see we have a gap of 16 pixels. So let's go back and here I'll just type gap of 16 pixels. Right now we need to bring all this text to the center. So for that, let's go back to the JSX file. And here we can see we have this division with the class of reviewer details. So let's select that. I'll just type testimonials, testimonial, reviewer details, and let's set the text align to the center. And I think that looks all right. So that's it with the testimonial section. Now let's move on to the next section, which is the footer. Now for the footer, we don't have any changes in the tablet version. So here we can see the desktop version and the tablet version are the same for the footer. But for the smartphone version, we need to bring all these elements one below the other. So let's go back and let's go to the footer.css file. And let's create a comment. I'll just type smartphone version. And let's type at media, max width of 720 pixels. And let's select the container division of the footer, which is content container. So I'll just copy this selector and paste it down here. And here I'll just set the flex direction to column. And let's decrease the width of the browser window. Now we can see that all these elements are one below the other. Now here we have this copyright info. Now we need to bring it to the bottom. So if we go back to our Figma file, here we can see that the copyright info is at the bottom. So let's go back. And if you go to the footer.jsx file, here we have the copyright division. So let's go ahead and just hide this. So here I'll just type footer copyright display of none. And we'll just create a new copyright division for the mobile version. So I'll just copy this from here. And let's scroll down. And I'll just paste it over here. And for this, I'll just give it a class of copyright mobile. Now let's go back to our footer.css file, and here for the desktop version, let's just type footer copyright mobile, and I'll just set the display to none. And here, right now we can see that the copyright info is not being displayed. So let's type footer copyright mobile, and I'll just set the display to block. And let's also add some margin top of, let's try 16 pixels. And this is how it looks. Let's also change the styles. So what I will do is I'll just go back to the footer.jsx file and I'll just remove this dash from here, and I'll just add these two styles over here so that we don't have to style it two times. So let's go back to the CSS file, and here I'll just remove this hyphen and I'll just type dot, and here also I'll just remove the hyphen and I'll just type dot. So we will have these two classes for the element. Now let's go back. And now we can see that the element is displayed over here. And I think we need to add some gap between these elements. So if we go back to the Figma file, we have some gap between these elements. So we have a gap of 40 pixels. Let's go back. And let's target the container division, which is this content container. So here for the content container, let's type gap. And I'll just set it to 40 pixels. I think we can remove the margin top from here. And we can also remove the margin bottom from these social icons. So here we can see for the social icons, we have this margin of 24 pixels top and bottom. So I'll just copy this selector. And I'll just paste it down here. And here I'll just type margin bottom 0. And now we can see it looks alright. So with that, we have completed making the website responsive. Now for the heading, we need to make some more changes. So we will make that responsive in the next video. Right, let's go to our source code and let's go to the header.css file. And here let's create a comment. I'll just type tablet version. And let's add a media query. So I'll just type at media, max width of 1040 pixels. And let's go back to our Figma file. And here we can see when we are on a tablet version, the width of this element is smaller. So if I select this, we can see we have a width of 356 pixels. So let's do that. Let's go back to our header.jsx file. And here we can see we have this division with the class of CTA. So we need to change the width of this division. If you scroll up here, we can see the selector. So I'll just copy this selector from here. And right now we have this width of 450 pixels. So here inside this media query, I'll just paste this selector and here I'll just type width. And I'll just set the width to 356 pixels. And now let's go back to our browser and let's decrease the width of the browser window. And now we can see we have the correct width for the CTA. Right, now let's add the styles for the smartphone version. So I'll just decrease the width of the browser window even more. And here let's create a comment. I'll just type smartphone version. And let's create a media query. So I'll just type at media, max width of 720 pixels. Now let's go back to our Figma file and let's go to the smartphone version. And here we can see for the smartphone version, we have full width for this CTA. And from the left and the right, we have a gap of, let's see, what is the gap? So here we can see we have a gap of 32 pixels from the left and the right. So let's go back to our source code and let's paste the selector. And I'll just type width and I'll just set the width to unset. And I'll just set the right position to 32 pixels and left position to 32 pixels. And now we can see this is how it looks. We have a gap of 32 pixels from the left and the right. Now we'll also change the font size of this heading. So let's go back to the Figma file and let's select this heading and let's go to inspect. And here we can see for the heading, we have a font size of 32 pixels. So let's go back. And right now the heading font size is 40 pixels. So I'll just copy this selector and I'll just paste it down here. And let's type font size of 32 pixels. And now it looks alright. Right, now we need to make some changes in the navbar as well. So let's go to the navbar.css file. And here let's create a comment. I'll just type tablet version. And let's create a media query. So I'll just type at media, max width of 1040 pixels. Now if you go back to the index.css file, and if we go to this wrapper, here we can see for the tablet version, we have a width of 694 pixels. So we need to add the same width to the nav. So let's go back to navbar.css. And here I'll just type nav. And I'll just set the width to 694 pixels. And now if you go to the tablet version, here we can see for the navbar we have a width of 694 pixels, and for the desktop version we have a higher width. Now let's go ahead and style the smartphone version. So for the smartphone version, here we can see that the menu items are not being displayed. So let's go back. And if you go to the navbar.jsx file, here we can see for the menu items we have this UL. So we need to hide this UL which is inside the nav. So let's create a comment. I'll just type smartphone version. And let's type at media, max width of 720 pixels. And let's type nav UL and I'll just set the display to none. Right, now let's go back to our browser. And now we can see when we are on a smartphone version, we don't have the menu items displayed. Now we also need to change the width of the nav. So here let's type nav. Now here for the width I'll just type unset, and let's type left of 32 pixels and right of 32 pixels. Let's go back to the Figma file and let's see what is the gap from the top. So from the top we have a padding of 16 pixels. So I'll just type top and 16 pixels. So this is how it looks. So we have the tablet version and we have the smartphone version. Right now we need to display the mobile menu icon over here when we are on a smartphone version. So let's go back to the navbar.jsx file, and here after this UL, let's go ahead and create a division, and let's give it a class name of menu icon, and in this I'll just add the menu icon. So let's go over here to the top and let's import the icon. So I'll just type import, and here I'll just type menu icon from //assets, and let's use it over here. So I'll just type img, and in the src I'll just type menu icon. Right now let's go back to our browser, and here we can see we have the menu icon displayed. If you open the tablet version, here also we have the menu icon displayed. So for the tablet version we need to hide the menu icon. So let's go back to the CSS file, and here for the desktop version I'll just type menu icon, and I'll just set the display to none. And now we can see the menu icon is not displayed over here. Now for the smartphone version we need to display it. So here for the smartphone version, let's type nav menu icon, and let's set the display to block. And now if you go back, here we can see the menu icon is displayed, and if I go to the tablet version, it is not being displayed. So it is only displayed for the smartphone version. Right now let's go ahead and create the mobile menu bar. So if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see this is how the mobile menu items look. So let's go back and let's go to the navbar.jsx file, and here after this nav, let's create a div with a class name of mobile menu container. And here we can see we have this error. That's because we are returning two elements. We have this nav and also this div. So we will include all of this inside a React fragment. So I'll just type less than greater than, and I'll just cut the ending tag from here, and I'll just paste it over here. Right now in this mobile menu container, the first thing we will do is we will add the close icon. So this icon right here. So let's import the icon. So I have just named it close icon, and let's scroll down and let's create a division for that, and I'll just give it a class name of close icon, and let's type img, and for the source let's type close icon. Now we can go ahead and copy and paste this UL from here, and I'll just paste it over here after this close icon. And here for the UL I'll just add a class name of menu items. Now here we can see for these anchor tags we have set the href to hash. Now we need to set the href of all these anchor tags to the correct element. So if you open any of these sections from here, we can see for each of the sections we have an ID. So we can directly target these IDs. So here let's type hash, and for the course details we have an ID of topics, and for about we have an ID of info, and for blog we have an ID of blog, and for testimonials we have an ID of testimonials. And we need to do the same for the mobile version as well. So I'll just copy these list items and I'll just paste it over here. Right now let's go ahead and style this. Now if you go back to our browser, here we can see that the mobile menu items are displayed over here. So let's go ahead and target this mobile menu container division. And before styling that, let's go ahead and hide it in the desktop version. So here I'll just type mobile menu container, and we have set the display to none. Right now let's scroll down, and for the smartphone version let's type mobile menu container, and let's set the display to flex, and we'll set the position to fixed, and we'll set the z index to a higher value so that it is above all the other elements. And if you go back to the Figma file, here we can see we have this dark background color. So I'll just tap background, and I'll just set the color to the variable that we created called dark color. And here we can see this is how it looks. Now we need to set the left position to 0 and the right position to 0. And let's also add some padding. So let's go back to the Figma file, and here we can see we have a padding of 32 pixels from the left and the right, and from the top and bottom we have a padding of 58 pixels. I'll just round it to 60 pixels. So let's type padding of 60 pixels and 38 pixels or 32 pixels. Right now let's style the UL. So let's type mobile menu container, and for the UL I think we have a class of menu items. So let's type menu items, and first of all let's remove the bullets. So I'll just type list style and I'll just set it to none, and I'll also remove the padding and the margin that comes by default. Right now let's style this close icon. So we need to position it to the right side. So let's type mobile menu container close icon, and let's set the position to fixed, and let's set the top position to 32 pixels, and let's set the right position to 32 pixels as well. So here we can see we have the close icon. Right now let's style these anchor tags. So here we can see we have the list items, and in that we have the anchor tags. So I'll just type mobile menu container menu items LIA, and let's go back to our Figma file and let's get the styles. So let's select this text, let's go to inspect and let's scroll down, and here are the styles. So I'll just copy these styles from here and let's paste it over here. And we also need to add some padding. So if you select this, if you go to design, here we can see we have set a padding of 30 pixels. So let's try that. I'll just type padding 30 pixels and 0. And here we can see that the padding is not being applied. That's because anchor tags are inline elements by default. So we have to set it to display of inline block. And now we have the padding. I think the padding is a little bit too much. So I'll just set the padding to, let's try 20 pixels. And I think that looks alright. So let's also change the color. So I'll just type color and let's set it to white. Right, so that's basically it with the mobile navigation menu. So with that we have completed designing the header for the smartphone and the tablet versions. Here we can see for the mobile version we have this mobile navigation menu. Now we want this to be displayed only when we click on the menu icon, and when we click on this close icon, this menu items should disappear. Now before starting with our mobile navigation menu, let's go ahead and check whether these menu items are working alright. So let's click on course details and we are taken to the course details page. But here we can see that it directly goes to that section. We want to have a smooth scroll. So let's go to our CSS and we'll just go to the index.css file. So here we have all the global CSS, and here for the HTML I'll just add scroll behavior and I'll just set it to smooth. And now if you go back and if I click on course details, we are smoothly taken to that section. Let's click on about and we are taken to the about section, and here we are taken to the blog section, and then we are taken to the testimonial section. But for the about section, here we can see that all the content is not displayed correctly, so we need to have some margin at the top. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go to the about section, which is called info. So let's go to the info.css file, and here I'll just add some margin top for this info content. So I'll just type margin top and I'll just set a margin top of 60 pixels. And now let's go back, and here we can see now if I click on about, here the content is displayed correctly. So now everything is working alright. Now let's go ahead and get started with the mobile navigation menu. So let's decrease the width of the browser window and let's go to the Navbar, and here we can see this is the mobile navigation menu. So here we have this division with the class of mobile menu container, and here we have the JSX file. So this is the division right here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add a class called active to this mobile menu container when we want it to be displayed, and when we want it to be hidden we'll just remove the active class. So let's add some styles for that. So here I'll just type mobile menu container dot active, and here by default I'll just set the position of this mobile menu container to the top of the screen. So here let's type transform translate y, and here I'll just type negative 100%, and now the mobile menu container is out of the screen at the top. Now when we have the active class, we'll just type transform translate y, and I'll just set it back to 0, and we'll also have a smooth transition. So let's go ahead and type transition, and I'll just set it to all, and for the duration I'll just type 1200 milliseconds, and for the easing I'll just type cubic Bezier, and I'll just type some values. I'll just type 0.3, 0.96, 0.59 and 0.95. So this is the value that I came up with. You can go ahead and experiment with different values over here. Right now if we go back to our browser, here we can see that the mobile menu container is not being displayed. But if you go to the navbar.jsx file, and if I add the active class over here, and now if you go back, here we can see that the menu items are displayed, and if I remove the active class, it goes back. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to add and remove the active class based on whether we click on this icon. So if we scroll up, here we can see we have this division with the class of menu icon. So here we need to add an on-click event. So what we're going to do is we're going to use React state for this. So here before the return, I'll just create a state. So I'll just type const and I'll just name it isActive, and for setting it I'll just type set isActive, and I'll just set it equal to use state. Now for this you also have to import use state from here. So here let's type comma, and in curly braces let's type use state. Right now we can use the set isActive to set the active class to true or false. So by default I'll just set the active class to false. So I'll just type false over here. Right now let's scroll down and let's go to the menu icon, and here I'll just add an on click. So I'll just type on click, and here I'll just create an arrow function, and here let's type set isActive, and I'll just set the active class to true. Now what we're going to do is when we click on this menu icon division, we're going to use set isActive, and we will set the isActive variable to true. So now let's go ahead, and here for the mobile menu container, here let's add some JavaScript to add and remove the active class. So I'll just add this inside backticks, and we have to add all of this inside curly braces. Right now here let's type $symbol curly braces, and here we will check whether the isActive variable is true or false. So let's type isActive, and if it is true, then we're going to add the active class, and if it is not true, then we're going to set it blank. So this is how it works. We can see that we have this division with the class name of mobile menu container, and then for the active class we are just adding an if condition. So if the isActive is true, then we will add the active class to this division, and if the isActive is false, then we will not add any more class. So now if you go back to our website, and now if you click on this menu icon, we can see that the menu items are displayed over here. Now let's do the same for the close icon, but when we click on the close icon, we need to remove the active class. So we need to set the isActive to false. So here for the close icon, let's add an on click, and here let's type set isActive, and I'll just set it to false. Right now let's go back, and if you click on this close icon, it goes back, and if you click on this menu icon, it comes back. Let's also move this icon to the left a little bit so that both the menu icon and the close icon are in the same place. So let's go back to the CSS, and let's go to the close icon, and here I'll just set the right position to 48 pixels. Let's see how it looks. And I think we need to bring it to the left a little bit more. So let's try 54 pixels. Let's try 60 pixels, and I think that looks alright. Right now when we click on any of these menu items, we need to close this mobile navigation menu. So if I click on about, we are going to the about section, but this navigation menu should go up. So for that we need to add the on click to all these menu items. So let's go back, and here for the mobile menu icons, let's go ahead and copy this on click code from here, and let's paste it for all these anchor tags. So here I'll just type on click set isActive to false. Let's do the same for all the other anchor tags. Right now let's go back, and now if we click on this blog menu item, we can see that we are taken to that section, and the mobile menu container also disappears. so everything is working alright. Alright, so that's basically it with the mobile navigation menu, and with that we have completed designing the whole website. Now in this video I'll show you how to create the backend of our website. So if we scroll down here, we can see we have these blog posts displayed over here, and then we also have these testimonials. As of now we have hard-coded all this data into our project. So if you go to the source code and if you go to the blog component, here we can see we have the first post and we have the data, then we have the second post, and then we have the third post. In the same way we have hard-coded the data of the testimonials as well. Now what we're going to do in this video is that we're going to get this data from Sanity IO. So let's get started. Right here I'm in this website sanity.io. Now Sanity IO is basically a content management system. So you can store data in Sanity IO and get the data in your front end. So let's see how to create our Sanity IO backend. So let's go ahead and click on Get Started. And here we can see we have this guide on how to create a Sanity project. So let's scroll down. And here we have this code. So let's go ahead and copy this code from here. And let's go back to our source code. So I'll just go ahead and press Ctrl+C to close the connection. And now here we can see in our source code we have this folder with the name of Frontend. Now for the backend, let's create a new folder. So here let's create a new folder, and you can name this anything you want. I'll just name it server. Right now let's go into this folder in our terminal. So here I'll just type cd ... to go back, and then I'll type cd server. Now we can see we are in the server folder. So let's go ahead and paste the code that we just copied. Now here for the project name, I'll just change it to our website name. So here we can see our website is Sound Design. So let's go ahead and change this to Sound Design. Right now let's press enter. And here we can see it says we need to install the following packages. So let's press Y and press enter. Now you'll have to create an account in Sanity IO and log in when you execute this command. I am already logged in, so here we can see it says looks like you already have an account. So here the next thing we need to do is set the project output path. So right now it is set to server, so I'll just press enter. And then it asks, do you want to use TypeScript? I'll just type N and press enter. And then we have the package manager that we are using for installation. So I'll just select npm. Right, we can see Sanity IO has been installed. So if you open server folder, here we can see all these files and folders. Right now here we have this command npm run dev. So let's type that over here, npm run dev. Right now we can open Sanity Studio by just clicking on this link. So let's click on this link, and here we need to log in. So I'll just quickly log in. Right, I have logged in, and this is how our Sanity Studio looks. Now here we can see it says no document types. So first of all we have to create at least one document in our schema. So let's go ahead and see how to do that. Let's go back to our VS Code. Now here we can configure our schema. So let's click on this schema folder, and here we have this file called index.js, and right now we can see that the schema types is empty. And what you need to do is you need to create a new file into this schemas folder. So let's right click over here and let's create a new file, and I'll just name it testimonial or testimonials.js. And now here we can create the schema. So let's go ahead and type export default, and here you can go ahead and add all the details of your document. So let's go ahead and type name, and I'll just set the name to testimonials. And then we have the title. So I'll just set the title to testimonials as well. I'll just have capital T. So this is what will be displayed over here inside our Sanity Studio. The next thing we need to have is the type. So the type is gonna be document, and then we need to have all the fields displayed. So let's type fields, and this is gonna be an array, and in that we're gonna have different objects. So for the first one, let's type name, and the name will be image. So this is going to be the image inside our testimonials. So these images right here. And then we need to add the type, and the type is going to be image. And then we can add the title. So for the title, I'll just type image. You can name the title and the name anything you want. Right now for the next field, let's go ahead and type name, and for this I'll just set the name to name. So this is going to be the name of the person. So for the type I'll just set it to string, and then the title will be name. And then let's create another object, and we need to have one more field which is company. So let's type name, company, and the type is gonna be string, and for the title I'll just type company. And then lastly we need to have the field for the actual review. So let's type name, I'll just type message, and for the type I'll just type text, and then for the title I'll just type message. Now you can find the list of all these types in the documentation of Sanity IO. Right now the next thing we need to do is we need to add this testimonials document inside our index.js. So here the first thing we need to do is we need to import the testimonials.js file. So let's type import testimonials from testimonials, and we have a typo in our name, so I'll just go ahead and rename this to testimonials. Right now let's go back and let's delete this. Let's type import testimonials from testimonials, and here let's type testimonials. Right now if you go back to the browser and if you go to Sanity Studio, here we can see we have the testimonials document, and if I open that, here we can create a new testimonial. So let's click on this icon, and now here we can see we have these fields. We have the image, the name, the company, and the message. So once you fill in all these details, you can just click on publish. So let me quickly go ahead and create a testimonial. So let's upload the image. I just click on upload. Here are all the assets in our website. So let's scroll down and let's get the testimonial. So I'll just select this and click on open. So the image is being uploaded. The next thing is the name. So let's add this name, Peter Adams. And then for the company name, let's type Google. And then lastly we have the message. So let's go ahead and copy this message from here, and let's paste it over here, and let's click on publish. And here we can see that the first testimonial was published. Now in the same way you can go ahead and create the remaining testimonials. Right now let's go ahead and create the other document which is for the posts. So here we have these blog posts. So let's create a document for that. Let's go back to our VS Code. And here in the schemas folder, let's go ahead and create a new file, and I'll just name it posts.js, and let's add the code for the posts. So let's type export default. Here for the name, let's type posts, and for the title, let's type posts, and for the type, let's type document. And now let's add the fields. So this is going to be an array. And the first thing we need to have is the thumbnail. So let's go ahead and give it a name of thumbnail. And for the type, I'll just type image. And for the title, let's type thumbnail. Right, the next thing we need to have is the label. So let's create a field for that. Let's type name, and let's set it to label. And the type is going to be string. And then we need to have the title, and let's set it to label. The next field we will have is the title. So let's type name, title, and the type is gonna be string, and the title is gonna be title. Now for the posts we also have content. So let's go ahead and create a name. Let's type content, and for the type, let's type array. Here you need to type off, and in square brackets you have to type curly braces type, and we'll set it to block. Now we are doing this because we need to have an editor for writing the content. And here let's add a title, and let's type content. Right now let's create another field, and let's create it for the date. So let's type name equals date published. Now these fields are not displayed in our front end, but we just need to add it for the backend when we want to display the full blog. So let's set the type of the date published to date, and I will set the title to date published. And then lastly, for the post, we need to have a slug. So slug is basically the URL of the complete post. So let's type name and let's set it to slug, and we'll set the type to slug. Now let's go back to the documentation because we can add some more options inside our slug. So let's open the documentation, and here I'll just search for slug, and let's click on this. And if you scroll down, here we can see this is basically a slug. So let's scroll down and let's check out the code. So here we have the code. So here we can add these options to the slug. So here we can see we have these options where we get the slug from the title. So it will use the title as the slug of our post. So let's copy these options from here and let's go back, and I'll just paste it over here. We'll also add the title. So I'll just type title slug, and let's paste the options. Right now let's go ahead and add this to our index.js file. So here let's import it. I'll just type import posts from posts, and here we need to add posts. And now let's go back to Sanity Studio, and here we can see we have a new document and it is for the posts. So if we click on this icon, here we have the option of creating a post. So you can go ahead and add the thumbnail, label, and all these things over here. Now for the content, here we can see we had set this type of array, and the type is set to block. So here we can see we have this editor. You can use all these options over here for creating the post. And then for the date published, you can go ahead and select a date from here. And then here we have the slug, and it will be generated based on the title. So with that, we have completed creating the schema for the backend. Now in the previous video, I showed you how to create the schema of our Sanity IO. So here we have testimonials and posts, and here we can see I have added these testimonials and these posts. So here we have all these posts. So we're going to fetch all this data into our front end in this video. Right here I'm in my project, and here we can see we already started the server of Sanity Studio. So let's create a new terminal. So let's click on this plus icon. Now let's start the front end. So let's go into the front end folder. So I'll just tap cd front end, and let's tap npm run dev. Right now let's open this, and here we have our website. Now for getting the data of the Sanity Studio, we have to install a package in our front end. So let's go back. I'll just press Ctrl C, and I'll just install the package first, and then we will run it. So let's tap npm install at sanity/client, and we also need to install a package for some functions on the image. So let's tap at sanity/image-url. So let's install these two packages. I'll just press enter. Alright, the packages have been installed. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to create a new file inside the front end folder, and we need to create it inside the source folder. So here inside the source folder, I'll just create a new file, and I'll name it client.js. Now here we need to write some code. So the first thing we need to do is import Sanity client and Sanity image URL. So let's type import Sanity client from at sanity/client. And the next thing we need to do is import the image builder. So let's type import image URL builder from, and here we need to type at sanity-image URL. Now the next thing we need to do is type export const client, and we need to set it equal to Sanity client that we just imported. And here we need to create an object. Now here we need to set some data of the Sanity project. So first of all, let's type project ID, and we need to add the project ID over here. And then we need to type dataset, and we need to set that to the dataset. And then we need to have app version, and you can just add the current date over here. So I'll just type 2023-0205, and then we need to type token, and we need to add the token over here. And I'll show you how to get all this data in a bit. And then lastly, we need to type use CDN, and I'll just set it to true. Now before getting this data, let's go ahead and write some code for the image URL builder. So we need to type const builder equals image URL builder, and we need to pass the client, and then lastly we need to type export const URL4 equals source, and here you need to return builder dot image source. Now this code will be useful for us to get the URL of the image that we have inside our Sanity IO project. Right now let's see how to get all this data. So let's go back to Sanity Studio, and we need to go to the settings, and for that you need to click over here and click on manage project. And now here we have all the settings of our Sanity project. So if you go over here to datasets, here we can see that it is set to production. So let's go back, and here for dataset let's type production. Now the next thing we will get is the project ID. So let's go back, and here we can see we have the project ID displayed. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here. And then the last thing we need to have is the token. So for that let's go back, and we need to go to API, and let's scroll down, and the first thing we need to do is we need to add a course origin. So let's click on add course origin, and we need to add this link right here. So let's copy this, and I'll just paste it over here, and here I'll just click on allow credentials, and let's click on save. So here we can see that the course origin has been added. Now the next thing we need to do is add an API token. So let's click on add API token, and here we can name it anything you want. I'll just type website, and let's scroll down, and I'll just select editor, and let's click on save. And here we can see this is the API token. So let's copy this, and let's go back and let's paste it over here. Now this data is not supposed to be seen by anyone, so let's go ahead and create a .env file. So let's click on new file, and let's type .env. Now here you can add all the sensitive data. So let's go ahead and add the project ID and the token over here. So here I'll just type vit underscore project underscore ID equals, and I'll just set it to this ID right here. So let's copy this and let's paste it over here. And for the second one, let's type vit underscore project underscore token, and let's set it equal to the token. So let's go ahead and copy this token from here, and let's paste it over here. Now here we are creating these variables with vit underscore at the beginning. That's because we had created the React app using vit. If you had created the React app using create React app, then you'll have to create the variable name which starts with React underscore app underscore. Right now let's go back and let's add these variables to the client.js. So I'll just save it, and let's go back to client.js. And here instead of this project ID, let's go ahead and I'll just delete it. And here you have to type import dot meta dot env dot and the variable name which is vit project ID. So I'll just copy this and I'll just paste it over here. Now if you were using create React app for creating the project, then you can go ahead and type process.env dot the variable name. Right, let's go ahead and delete this token from here, and here also let's type import dot meta dot env dot, and let's copy this variable name from here, and I'll just paste it over here. Now let's go ahead and close this file. Right, now let's test whether we are able to get the data from Sanity IO. So I'll just open the terminal, and I'll just restart the server for the backend and also the front end. So here for the server, I'll just press Ctrl C to close the connection, and I'll just type npm run dev. So here we have the server running. So let's click on this link, and let's also open the front end. So I'll just go to the other terminal, and I'll just type npm run dev, and let's open this link. Now you can just Google for Sanity IO cheat sheet, and you'll find this link, sanity.io/docs/query cheat sheet. And here we have all the queries that we can use to get the data from Sanity IO. So let's scroll down and let's see how to get the data of all the posts. So here we have this query which fetches all movie documents. So let's copy this from here and we will use it in our code. So let's go back and we will test it in the app.js file. So let's open app.jsx file, and here the first thing we need to do is import the client that we have over here. So let's type import, and here I'll just type client from client, and the next thing we will do is we will use React use state. So let's type const, and I'll just name it posts, and to set it I'll just name it set posts, and here I'll just type equals use state. Here we also have to import use state from React, and here by default we will have an empty array. Now for fetching the data we will use a use effect which will execute after all the components have loaded. So let's type use effect, and you have to import that as well from React. So if the code is not updated automatically, then you can go ahead and add this line of code. Right now let's type an arrow function, and for the second parameter we need to have an array. So I'll just leave it blank. This is basically the dependency list. Right now here the first thing we need to do is create a constant, and I'll just name it query, and we'll just set it equal to the query that we copied. So I'll just copy it from here, and let's add it inside single quotes. So here we have the query, and I'll just change this to posts, because if you go to the server and if you open posts.js, here we can see we have named it posts. So we have to type posts over here, and now let's type client.fetch, and let's add the query over here. Now this will return us a promise. So let's type .then, and we'll get a data. So I'll just call it data, and I'll just create an arrow function, and here I'll just use set posts. So let's type set posts, and I'll just set it to this data. So let's type data. Right now all the post data will be stored inside posts. Now let's go ahead and display it in our website. So here just after the header I'll just create an h1, and here I'll just write some JavaScript code. So I'll just add curly braces, and we'll just display the first post title. So I'll just type posts, and since this is an array, let's type 0 for the index, for the first index, and then we will type .title, because if you go back to the posts.js file, here we can see we have this field with the name of title. Now before displaying this we also have to see whether the data is available. So if you just save this and if you go back to our website, here we can see that nothing is being displayed. So if you right click and go to inspect, and if you go to the console, here we can see that it says that the title is undefined. So for that you have to go back, and here you have to check whether any data is available. So here let's type posts square brackets 0, and here you have to type ampersand ampersand. So now this code will be executed only when we have the first item inside the post. So now let's save this and let's go back to our website, and if you scroll down, here we can see that the first title is being displayed. So if you go back to Sanity Studio, and if you go to posts, and here we can see that the first post has this title of how to use drum machine in Logic Pro X, and that is the same title that is being displayed over here. Let's check whether the second title is being displayed. So it has a title of how to mix guitars effectively. So let's go back and I'll just type 1 over here, and here I'll just type 1. Now let's go back, and here we can see it says how to mix guitars effectively. So now we know that we are able to fetch data from Sanity IO. Now in this video we will replace all this data from the data from Sanity IO. So right now it is just hard-coded into our React component, but in this video we will see how to get this data from these posts over here inside Sanity IO, and we'll also get the data of the testimonials from Sanity IO. Right here I'm in the app.jsx file, and this is where we have tested our code, and here we can see we are getting this title from the backend. So now we need to remove all this code from here, and we need to add them to the blog and the testimonial components. So let's go ahead and delete this h1 from here. Now we can see that the h1 is not being displayed over here. Right, we also need to remove this code from here, but we need to have the same code in the blog component. So I'll just cut this from here. So I'll just press Command X, and now let's go back to the blog component. Let's go over here to components, and let's go to blog and blog.jsx. And here let's go to the top of the component code, and here just before the return I'll just paste the code. Now we also need to import use state and use effect from React. So let's go back to app.jsx file, and I'll just copy this line of code and let's paste it over here instead of this line of code. And we also need to import the client. So here we can see we are importing the client. So here let's type import client from client. Now since the client is outside the blog and the components folder, we are having this dot dot forward slash 2 times. Right now let's go to the app.jsx file, and we can just remove this from here, and we can also remove the import client from here. Now here in the blog.jsx file, we're going to use map inside JavaScript to generate all this code. So here we can see inside the content container we have a division with the class of post, and then we have this division for the tag, and then we have the image and the title. So let's go ahead and delete these 2 posts from here, and we'll just have one post. So this is the post. So if you go back to our website, here we can see we have this one post. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to loop through all the items inside this posts, where we are getting all the posts using this query right here. So here inside the content container, let's go ahead and type some JavaScript code. So let's type posts.map. Now for the single items inside the posts array, I'll just call it post. So I'll just type post, and we will return some HTML code. So here I'll just type open parenthesis. So this is basically a callback function, and we are directly returning this HTML. So let's cut this ending elements from here, and let's paste it over here just after the division with the class name of post. Now since there are 3 posts in our posts array, if you go back to our website, here we can see 3 times we have the code executed. Now let's go ahead and replace all this hard-coded data with the data from Sanity IO. So for the first one, let's go ahead and type some JavaScript code. So I'll just type curly braces, and here let's type post dot, and if you go back to the server folder and if you go to posts, here we can see we have a field with the name of label, and then we also have thumbnail and title. So we need to get all this data. So let's go back, and here let's type post.label, and the next thing we need to do is get the URL of the image. So for that we also need to import URL4 from client.js. So here we can see we are exporting this URL4. So we're going to use this for getting the URL of the image. So let's go back, and here let's type URL4 and client, and here we will use URL4, and here let's type post.thumbnail, and then lastly we need to get the title. So here let's type curly braces post.title. Right now if you go back to our website, here we can see we have all the posts displayed over here. So these posts are coming from the Sanity IO data. So if I just go over here and if I just change something, so I'll just change the title to updated, and if I publish this, and now if you go back to our website and if I refresh this page, here we can see now it says updated. So the data that we are getting is from Sanity IO. So I'll just go ahead and set it back to the default. Right now let's do the same for the testimonials. So let's go back to our code, and let's go to the testimonials.jsx file, and here we'll just remove all these other testimonials. So just keep one testimonial over here. And now let's go back to the blog.jsx file, and let's copy some of these imports from here. So we can also remove these imports from here, so we don't need these blog images. So let's go ahead and delete this import statement from here, and we can also remove the blog1, blog2 and blog3 from the assets folder over here. Right now let's go ahead and copy these 2 lines of code from here, and we need to add that to the testimonials section. So I'll just add it over here. Now we can remove these 3 testimonial images from here because we're going to get that from Sanity IO, and we can also delete that from the assets folder. So here we have these 3 images, you can just delete them. Right now let's go back to the blog.jsx file, and let's copy this code from here, and let's go back to the testimonials.jsx file, and I'll just paste the code over here. And here instead of post, I'll just type testimonials, and here I'll just type set testimonials. Here for the query, I'll just type type equals testimonials. So if you go back to the server and if you go to the testimonials.js file, here we can see we have named it testimonials. And in the testimonials we have image, name and company and also message. So let's get these data. Let's go back to the testimonials.jsx file. And here instead of set posts, we need to type set testimonials. Right now here inside the content container, let's use JavaScript map. Let's type curly braces and we have this array called testimonials. So let's type testimonials dot map, and for each of the single testimonial I'll just call it testimonial, and we'll just return the HTML. So let's type equals greater than and open parenthesis, and let's copy these ending brackets from here and I'll just paste it over here. Right now let's go ahead and change the details. So here instead of the image testimonial1, we need to change this to URL4 and testimonial dot image, and for the name let's go ahead and type curly braces testimonial dot name, and for the company name let's type curly braces testimonial dot company, and then we have message. So here instead of this message let's type testimonial dot message. Right now if you go back to our website and if you scroll down, here we can see all the testimonials are displayed over here, and all this data is being fetched from Sanity IO. Now here we can see there are 3 testimonials and 3 blog posts, but if we have more than 3 blog posts or testimonials, they will also be displayed over here. So when we fetch the data from Sanity IO, we also need to limit it. So if you go to the Sanity IO cheat sheet, here we have all the query cheat sheet. So you can just go to this link over here, and if you scroll down, here we have slice operations, and here we can see we have type equals movie, and if you type 0, only the first item will be fetched, and if you type 0.5, then the first 6 items will be fetched. So in our case we need to get the first 3 items, so we need to type 0.2. So let's go back and first of all let's test whether it is working. So let's type 0.1 and let's see whether only 2 testimonials are displayed. So let's go back and let's go to our website, and if you scroll down we can see that only 2 testimonials are displayed over here. So we can just type 0.2, and now if you go back, here we can see there are 3 testimonials. So in the same way let's go ahead and do for the posts. So let's go to the blog.jsx file, and here let's type 0.2, and now let's go back to our website and everything looks alright. So with that we have completed designing our website using React.js and Sanity IO. Right here I'm in the source code, and the first thing we need to do is we need to build our React website. So you need to go inside the Frontend folder. So here we can see I am in the Frontend folder. Now the next thing you have to do is type npm run build and press enter. And now we can see we have this new folder called dist displayed over here, and in that we have all the files and folders needed for deploying it online. So I'll just go ahead and open this folder in the Finder. So here we can see we have this dist folder. Now let's go back to our browser, and we're going to use Netlify to host our website. So you can just go to netlify.com and create an account and log into the account. Then you can go to sites, and here we have all the deployed websites, and here we have the option of dragging and dropping the folder to deploy it. So let's go back and open the Finder, and here we have this dist folder. So I'll just go ahead and drag and drop this folder over here. And here we can see our website is deployed. So that's how easy and quick it is to deploy a website in Netlify. Let's go ahead and change the domain name. So let's click on this domain settings. Now if you want, you can add custom domain to this website. I'll just change this name. So I'll just type options, edit site name, and here I'll just type sound design. Let's see whether it is available. So let's click on save, and it is available. So here we have this website. Let's open this, and here we can see our website is being displayed. Let's scroll down, and here we can see that the posts and the testimonials are not displayed over here. So for that we need to go into the Sanity Studio and make some changes. So let's go back to our source code, and let's go to the server. So here I am in the server. you can just type cd and type server to go into the server folder. Now here you can just type npm run dev, and let's click on this link. And here we have the Sanity Studio. So let's go to the settings. So let's click on manage project. Now here you have to go to API, and here we can see that we have set the course origin for the local host. So we have to set the course for this link as well. So let's copy this link from here, and let's go back and let's type add course origin, and let's paste the link over here. And I'll just click on allow credentials, and let's click on save. Right now let's go back to our website and let's refresh this page. And now we can see that the blog posts are displayed over here, and even the testimonials are displayed. So everything is working all right. Let's go ahead and test out the responsive versions. So this is how it will look on a tablet, and we can see that everything looks all right. Let's check out the smartphone version. So everything is working all right. So that's basically how you can deploy your website online using Netlify. Right, so that's basically it for this video, and with that we have completed this series of creating this website using React.js and Sanity IO. Right, so that's it for this video. If you have any doubts, you can ask in the comments below, and if you like this video, please click on the like button and subscribe to this channel to get the latest video updates. Thanks a lot for watching. Have a nice day.